soul so high, blue eyes, fake quiet, beware of the fox tonight. The cold feet.
Alrighty, welcome back to another episode of NOVAtazz's Automotive Podcast. We are on episode 29 of season 4, and I have Katarina's Garage, joining with me. Should shorten. I don't think you could shorten it. If you shorten it to Cat's Garage, I think it would sound too much like other ones.
Exactly. Like there are lots of things, and like it could get snapped up into, for example, like cat skins and whatever else too. I'm sure you've heard of them for interiors and shit like that. So that's something that, you know what, Katarina's Garage, it works. So, and nobody else has that, because everybody has, like, there's a lot of cats stuff.
Right.
You know, whether it's KATS or KATZ, but I did my research before making my channel, so
Yeah.
just to make sure it wasn't, stepping on anybody else's toes or anything.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't roll off the tongue as easy as Cat's Garage, but it definitely makes it unique.
That works.
Oh, so you had an interesting. I saw your the clip from your last video with the
that
salute in
Yeah.
the middle of your I don't know, it's not a speech. What is that called? It's just a
I was just talking about that
commentary.
potential project that I was gonna have, just in the middle of that, and then all of a sudden there's just a loud boom in the background, which honestly I don't. Thinking back on that was definitely not a firework, nor was that a gun. I think that was an explosion of some kind.
Well, I mean that is what a firework and a gunshot both are. They're just explosions of different types.
No, it's just how loud it was. Like, because the one thing is, it was because you could just tell with some things. Because I'm used to hearing gunshots and fireworks.
Just
And
big loud,
but
big loud concussion.
yeah, like I have a sneaking suspicion that somebody blew up some Tannerite. Actually, I think that's what happened. Which
So in other words,
it
somebody was
happens
having
out
a
here.
good time, and
We're out in the country, so it's rednecks out here.
Yeah.
That's
somebody
how it
was
works.
having a good time, and you weren't invited. I see.
Like, I mean, I wasn't scared. I wasn't upset or anything. I was just like, oh, okay. I just played it off like, whatever. Because I did. It made a funny clip. So
you could find that clip. I think you have that on your TikTok, your Instagram.
not on Instagram. It's
Where did I find it? I found it. I don't think I found it on TikTok.
It's on TikTok and YouTube. Well, to be fair, I put it in our live chat. Yes.
That's not.
I just uploaded the clip straight into there.
All right. I didn't actually click on it there though. I did find it in one.
Okay, then you saw it on TikTok.
Probably.
Either that or the YouTube short that I put up.
Yeah, my mind melts when I'm on. I think I left a. I'm not sure if I left a comment or a like on it in one of those places. So, yeah, but I'm on TikTok. My mind just kind of blah. ADHD crack. That's what TikTok is. So we are starting out today. Super great. I think we have one viewer. Not sure who it is. If you are here, say hi. We have you. I do have some news. Speaking of interiors, I have my my fabric came in. My samples came in of the different fabrics. Though two of them I think are exactly the fucking same, even though they have a different one. One is called 4-Way Stretch, and the other one is called Onyx Black or Black Onyx. Both of them are 4-Way Stretch. Now I don't know if maybe they sent me 4-Way Stretch instead of Black Onyx and whatever, but to me, to my eye, they look exactly the same. So if you go up on Instagram, I have them labeled 1, 2, 3, and 4, and it's 1 and 4. And honestly, I'm not even sure which one was 1 and which one was 4 anymore. And then there's the modern black and just regular black. But yeah, I have those samples because I gotta recover that dash, so that way I can get moving back in with putting the electrical system back in the car, so I can finally get back to doing the the sniper install. So the dash has been what's holding me up at the moment.
Yeah, because the one thing that I asked in there, just like, so what exactly were these for per se? Like, is that the main interior color? Is that an accent?
Well,
Like, what is all these samples?
Originally, the tan, which is really being washed out by the light. The tan I had just picked up because it said it was camel tan. I wanted to see how close it was to the original camel tan that was my interior. Because yes, eventually I would like to two-tone that interior tan and black. Not today. Today's current project is just to get the dash covered so it does not all covered in Bondo and everything else. Because there's no way I'm going to replicate the vinyl pattern on the patches that I have repaired. So I'm never going to make that look like original. So I'm going to actually recover the whole dash in vinyl.
Okay.
So
that's specifically for the dash.
Right. But again, if I do the dash in that the dash texture is matched throughout the car. So
Okay.
Technically, if I do the dash in that color, then like the center console's got to be done in that. It's not even a color; it's a texture. Is more of what I'm after because they're all black.
Yeah, so there are different shades of black too.
Not really.
Right?
Not. I think it was more of just the way the light was hitting the different textures.
Well, because like the one thing is what's kind of cool, and I've seen this before, and it looks actually good if you do it this way. Because what people will do, instead of doing just one solid color all throughout their entire interior, and they'll have a slight two-tone, but just barely, where it's just a slightly different tone, like on the dash and like the center console will just be a slightly lighter color, and then the rest of it is just dark.
To do the dash in two colors
really works.
To do the dash in two colors, we're gonna need one piece of equipment that I don't own right now.
Well, I'm not saying that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying two-tone the dash because your interior is black, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I was saying was pick a slightly lighter shade of black, like one or two shades lighter.
Did you see the seat project that I already have currently started?
I don't know. Maybe.
I've already okay. So, when I went down and picked up the engine that is currently in the car, I also picked up a set of 74 horse collar seats for this car. They are the ones with the really big bolsters on both the top and the bottom, so the back and the bottom seat cushion. They were in bright red. Obviously,
okay.
I can't put bright red in the car. Technically, right now, if you look at the car right now, it's got a bright red driver's seat. That is one of the two seats. The passenger one I have completely torn apart, actually disassembled the seat covers themselves, like pulled all the stitchings out. I have patterns already done, and I've already got all of the patterns cut out in a new fabric. I'm probably going to end up redoing them in whatever vinyl colors I choose. I might keep the center parts in fabric, but I think the outer part I might do in vinyl. I'm not sure yet. But the centers are tan, and the outer bolsters are black. I've already got the seats already mostly put together before the sewing machine that I was using gave up the ghost and didn't want to continue.
Okay, I remember that. Okay, yeah, so okay.
So I've already
I
already have a two-tone plan mapped out with the tan and the black.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so that's never mind the
I was planning on doing two-toning the dash, but again, that involves sewing and having a little bit more complex knowledge of how this fabric shapes, because obviously there's a lot of complex curves in that dash, and depending on where you're at, when you're trying to sew up the dash with two different colors, you got to take into that effect and know where that seam's going to land to be able to, because it's not going to be just like, okay, let me top half I'll make black and bottom half I'll make tan, and then just sew the two pieces together and slap it on there, because as soon as you start putting it on the dash itself, it's going to warp the material, and your straight line is no longer going to be straight. But for right now, like I said, it's just, let's get the dash covered. It's going to cost me under $100 in material and glue. So if I choose that I need to recover the dash down the road, it's, like whenever I decide to do the interior in this car, if I don't like the way it looks in the straight black, I can always pull it off and redo it.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, and even like, well, and also something you could do as well, because instead of like fully, instead of fully redoing it, you could tape off the areas that you want and just dye it as well. That's the beauty of vinyl.
Right, but it is going to look funny if there isn't an actual separation.
If you don't have the stitch separation, I suppose, or however you want to do it, or glue, like you can. I've seen it done two-tone like that, where it's not too bad, but it depends too. There's that, like depending on the curves and whatnot, and how you want to do that two-tone as well, because there is different ways of doing it.
I think that if I didn't have an actual seam in the dash where I could split the two-tone up, so like if I'm making my own cover, I can create a seam by using the stitching or piping or whatever I want to use. Whereas if I'm just going to tape it off and paint it, I'm not actually going to have a seam for that paint to follow. So there's going to be no distinction in between the two. It's to me, honestly, I think it would look funny. Because normally when I break up an interior into two different colors, if I'm using spray paint, I will pick a stitch seam or whatever that's already designed into the piece.
That's fair. Because like one thing that I've thought about doing on this thing, because like this thing needs a new dash pad, and the problem is this is a 1 year only interior color. You cannot find this color like anywhere. Even trying to match it at interior shops, they haven't really been able to very well. So I have thought about just ordering a darker gray for the dash pad, and it would kind of break up the interior a little better. Or, I mean, I've thought about doing that, or doing a red dash as well, like just a red dash pad with the gray.
The thing with your gray is, though, it may not still be the original shade from being out in the sun. It might be a little bit lighter than it was originally. So matching it, you could have found the right match to the original color, but it doesn't match your dash because your dash has been faded out in the sun.
Well, even the original color, because like there are spots of the interior that get almost no sunlight. You can just tell the differences. In the stuff, like if you take a look at actually the windshield pillar, like all of this stuff never gets any sun. Right. That's the original color, which is very close actually to everything else. There's almost no difference. So that's one of those ones that.
Now, are those plastic or vinyl?
These are technically plastic, but they're the exact same color, right? So these don't fade like that. Now, but if you look at the rest of the interior here, like if I just turn it that way, I guess. Well, here, let's do that. You can kind of see it's pretty much the same. Yeah. Like this is dirty, right? It's not clean at all. Like you can see where it's clean in some spots and where it's dirty in some spots. It's all that jazz, right? It's a pain in the ass to keep a gray, like a lighter interior clean. But yeah. Oh no, I don't want to do that. All right. Okay, that works. Yeah, so that's just one of those things, and that's what I've thought about, and I've thought about just going straight red on the dash pad as well, because I already have kind of a gray on red theme going in here anyways, so it wouldn't look too bad. And just the only thing I'd be concerned about though is if I'd have to do the thing out back there. I can't remember what it's called.
Package tray.
Yeah, package tray. Would I have to do that in red, or could I keep that gray, to offset or whatnot, right? Because I don't want to change that out. So there's that. I prefer not to.
If you're going to do the dash red, I think it'll look goofy with all the other trims still being gray.
No, not the entire dash, just the dash pad. So it's just like
Okay, I don't know how those Mustangs are, because in the TA, the dash is the entire dash.
yeah, no, here I'll
I
show
take
you.
that dash
I don't
out.
think
It's the firewall. That's what's behind the dash.
because oh no, shit, that's not the one I need. There we
I
go.
think I have a picture of the way that the Trans Ams look without the dash.
Yeah, see, there you go. So basically, like this is a totally different piece, right? You can see the where it breaks up right here,
Okay.
right? So it'd be all of this and above red, while the rest of it would stay the gray.
Okay, is that bottom part, is that plastic or is it also vinyl?
It's plastic.
Okay, so you have a plastic dash frame
Plastic
with
on
a
vinyl.
vinyl top.
Yeah.
Yeah, whereas see, mine is the whole dash is vinyl, the whole thing.
Oh, what a pain in the butt.
Yeah, I have a picture of it, I think, somewhere. Hold on. Images. No. These images. There's the back side of it.
And see, I didn't know they were like that. So there you go.
Yeah, the whole here you
But
go.
even like with this original gray dash, it's actually cracked too, which is annoying. But it's not cracked bad or anything. Like I could feel that, but easily and it not have any issues. But it's not uncommon to find these dashes cracked. To be honest, it's just
Well, yeah, same
old
with mine.
plastic
Except
and
for to replace mine is like almost $1,000, even for a used one.
oh yeah. See, this is if
You can see this is most of the dash, as you can see sitting here, and you can see what's behind it. There's literally that's the firewall.
yeah. See, I didn't realize. So is that yeah? So you don't actually have a proper dash pad. It's just straight
The
up
whole
one
thing, the
piece.
whole dash.
That is so dope.
It it's all foam underneath of foam underneath of vinyl.
So remind me never to do an interior on one of those. Gotcha. Because that's just annoying. I'm not gonna lie. Like, because on the Fox bodies, it's very simple. Because like this whole dash pad comes out. Like there's like 6 screws holding it in, and then just pop it out.
Yeah,
It's very convenient.
I don't think this.
And you can buy these straight out of the factory. It just again, you can't get this color. And for me to try and retrim something, whatever else, like it would just cost me so much money in the end. It's not really worth it for me. I'd much rather just do something else. So yeah, and like and as well at some point too, like I gotta figure out to find a paint that'll work for my interior plastics.
Yeah, here you go.
And because like my A pillars are
Here's let me pull the whole thing out. It's one giant fucking piece.
that's annoying. Because like yeah, mine is 2 pieces technically. There's the dash pad and then the actual dash itself.
So yeah,
So
it's one whole piece, and like I said, you have to replace that. You have to replace all of it. It's not like I can just replace the frame and then have or replace just the dash cap, because there isn't a dash cap. It's the whole dash. But you can say while wrapping that in vinyl, it's going to be fun.
yeah,
There's a lot of complex curves in that, because also the instrument cluster, the inside of it gets wrapped. So it goes from outside and wraps inside the instrument cluster.
Oh, okay.
Which is why I was thinking, where did I put those? I just had them. Oh, here they are. So this is what they call a two-way stretch vinyl. I'm gonna make myself big here for a hot second. No, I don't want just me. There we go. So this is what they call a two-way stretch vinyl. So this is their standard black. So it stretches this way. You can see it flex. It does not stretch in this direction.
Oh, interesting.
So and it's the same way leather works. Leather has a direction it stretches and a direction it doesn't.
I didn't know that.
So
There
when
go.
you go
It's
to
like
go,
I've never done interior stuff that way, to be
Right.
honest. So,
So
and I never really researched it. It's just one of these things with this interior because I'm not gonna like totally retrim this thing. Even when this thing is nice, it'll probably still have a not a perfect interior in it,
yeah, it'll
which is
have
fine.
an original used interior.
Yeah, that's what's gonna happen, and like because the seats I want to replace, even though these are replacement seats, but I want to replace these again.
Right. So yeah,
Um,
this is just standard black vinyl, which is not focusing.
yeah, it's kind of blurry.
There we go.
It's
Standard black vinyl. Okay. This
yeah.
is what they call modern vinyl. Kind of got almost like a cross scratch to it. Not sure how well you're going to be able to pick it up
Oh,
on
okay.
film.
I can see it. Yeah.
Okay.
I just had to really get close to my
Now these two
camera.
are the four-way stretch. So if you look, they stretch both this way pretty good. Not as well in this direction as it does in the other, but it still stretches. And then it also stretches this way.
And I think the four-way would probably be nicer to
Work with.
Yeah.
Now, this is the pattern on the four-way. On both the Onyx, this is the black Onyx. So, let's see if I don't know if this is going to, without the letter, is going to focus, but there you go. It's a little bit more pronounced.
Yeah, that's like your traditional sort of vinyl or leather or whatever, right? It's no different than because actually these seats are two-tone seats because actually they are red on burgundy and the burgundy is vinyl.
Right.
So that's similar to the vinyl that's on these seats.
So this is the four-way stretch. So they're both the Onyx and this are both four-way stretch. But that is the actual black four-way stretch. And then let's see if I can get both of them on one hand. It's going to be fun. All right, so the one on the top is the four-way stretch. The one on the bottom is the black Onyx. Tell me you can really see a difference. I can catch the light.
So I'm getting a bunch of glare on my interior too, so trying to navigate that. There isn't much of a difference there.
Yeah, I don't think there is. I'm almost wondering if
Like-
they're not the same material.
They might be.
But I'm leaning towards going with the black Onyx or the four-way stretch, either one. I thought this one looked a little too weird. This is that modern cross-hatchy look stuff.
Yeah, see, that doesn't look right in that. No, it just
Maybe if I was doing a two-tone and I did this as the accent vinyl, maybe.
Yeah, see, I don't even think so. Like, you should have your vinyl sort of match, but just different colors, like that.
And then this would be your traditional vinyl. So this is actually probably what most closely resembles my original Dash, as far as texture-wise. But again, this is only a two-way stretch. It only stretches in this direction. Does not. I mean, let's see. We can go to the letters. That'd be the easiest way to see. Like if I were to pull it straight, it does not stretch. It has no give.
Yeah. Like it's less forgiving to work with, but it.
I mean, unless you know how to work with it, because I've watched so many leather and vinyl wrapping videos, and I'm not talking about the ones where they use the spray adhesive and they just kind of, like the people that, like, I've seen so many videos of people that just like, oh, I watched a video and now I'm going to fucking do it and, whatever. I went looking for videos by professional upholsterers, and watch how they work.
Oh, for sure.
They don't use spray adhesive. They use actual like brush. They do spray it on, but it's a brush on contact adhesive.
Yeah.
They can put it through. They can put it through a spray gun. They actually use Landau top glue. which is that stuff that you have on the like if you have the vinyl top cars.
Yeah.
That's a Lando top. That's the glue that they use to glue that on. The reason they don't use the like the 3M spray-on contact adhesive is as soon as that stuff gets hot, it loses its adhesive.
Yeah, see, and that's something that I was a little concerned with when I put my back louvers on, because the problem was the clips kept just slipping out. Because how the louvers are actually designed was there's clips that go underneath the trim, and that's what holds it in, right? But they kept sliding out, and I was having issues with it, so I said, screw it. And I just did two-sided 3M outdoor tape on it.
Oh, that stuff will hold, or should hold.
Oh yeah, well, and it has. Like I've driven this thing over 2,000 kilometers with those on the back.
You realize
like that, it's fine.
Do you realize that's the exact stuff that a lot of auto manufacturers use to attach emblems to the side of your car? Is actual two-sided 3M, and it's actually 3M brand tape.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I do know that. I don't know, like, sometimes, I was just concerned, that's all, really. Like,
yours is the louvers you can get from, like, Summit today, right? The ABS plastic ones.
You can't buy these. They only made these for 2 years back in the 80s. They're just ABS plastic. Nobody reproduces notchback louvers. Okay. These are a unicorn. You will never find another notchback, or if you do, they have a unicorn as well.
Right.
Like I said, it was only from 80 to 82 that they built them. So, and like, yeah, there is potentially listings out there for other ones, but they don't make them. But they still have the listings, right? So, because one thing is, like, people buying louvers, they don't want the plastic ones. You know,
yeah, I don't.
Everybody wants the metal ones. Like, and me personally, because I'm still waiting on those freaking ones to be made for me. I don't know where those are at.
Yeah. What year is your Mustang?
81.
Sorry. Information, whatever. I have to.
Yeah, because it's all good. Like, because the hatchback you can get louvers for all day long. They still make those to this day, and you can get those in plastic or in metal, right? There is a certain rear louver for the hatchbacks that they don't make anymore. Is if you had, and it was a very, very, very rare option, which is the rear wiper.
Right.
I've only seen one car with it, and oddly enough, it's a car that my friend owns.
Is it the 3-piece?
No, it's one piece.
That's an 86 hatchback.
Yeah, see, and that's one thing. The hatchbacks you can still get because it's just a mostly flat piece of glass. It's so easy to do. This is much more difficult because it's got that curve to it that goes around. So, yeah, because like I said, because I looked for a long time for these. I managed to, like, there are guys that have been looking for over 20 years for them. I was able to find these within 2 years of ownership of my car. So that wasn't for that. I bought these last year. It's
like me finding my freaking Krager metal louvers.
Yeah, which I saw actually. So the next generation, because I was at a car show today. The generation of Firebird after yours, with those 3-piece louvers, are just like,
wait. Did they make 3-piece louvers for the third gens? Because the third gens don't really have much of a curve to that rear window.
Oh yeah. Well, actually, if you go to my TikTok, and I did a full video of that. It's just a quick little 7-minute video that I did.
You can do up to 7 minutes on TikTok now?
You can go up to 10.
Oh wow.
Yeah, you can do 10-minute videos. So it's just over 7 minutes long, that whole video. And hopefully don't get demonetized.
Hopefully not. Damn. Just as soon as you log in, it's just blasting you with freaking music. Jeez.
Yeah, see, that's the problem.
All I did was type in the thingy, and immediately, as soon as it loaded in the page, it doesn't even give you a chance.
No, it doesn't.
I tried to mute the page as soon as I got on it, and it didn't even give. All right, well, we're not doing that.
Yeah, see, well, I will say that video itself on mine has no music. I shouldn't have any music.
But I can't get to it if I can't get to the damn video.
Well, just mute your sound really quick through that.
Hold on, let me mute. No, because I can't even mute my microphone because we're playing this through Streamlabs or StreamYard, which is picking up my mic. So
Okay.
even if I mute my mic, it might, maybe not. I don't know. It might be if I mute my mic, it still might. I don't know. I don't know how that works. I've never played with what mic I mute, whether or not you can still hear me or not.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I would just really quick, because if you want to go see that,
I can look at it
just
on my phone.
turn off the sound on your end through your speakers
Hold
just
on,
for a
hold on.
second till you get to it, and then
I
turn it back
was
off.
trying to display it up on the thing, but I can't do that if I can't share the window, and I can't mute the page until I load the page in because I can't mute the tab.
No. I'm just saying your speakers in general, because it came through your speakers, correct?
Right, but the way that so yes, it came
Oh, does
through
it
my
do
speaker.
does it do internal sound?
Yeah.
Okay.
It picks up. That's how they're hearing you.
Okay.
They're hearing
that's
you because
fair.
it picks up the desktop audio. So any sound
Yeah.
that plays through the desktop will also play through the live stream. Big E says he's going to a car show tomorrow. Hold on, I'm going to look at it on my phone that I have the volume turned down on.
Yeah, you can just send yourself the link.
Well, I just found something cool. Fucking monster truck van.
Awesome.
I know,
Love
right? Right? Okay. Back to... Well,
See, and that's the interesting part about TikTok, because they don't have the same rules as YouTube that way, because you can do duets and whatever else like that. You can just you can repost people's videos too on your own channel.
well, I have a problem with strictly just resharing somebody else's content. That's still
I never do that.
Technically,
like,
that is still technically copyright.
Yeah.
It's
well, and it's interesting because through TikTok, because TikTok is through China, they don't have to bother with that. That's how they get around it.
Right, but the thing is it still it still goes by the parent, like where the uploader is at.
Oh yeah, see, TikTok only cares is if you have your own music going. Typically, that's when they care. But if you pick their clips, they're fine with it.
Yeah.
Unless if you're live streaming, then they don't care if you have music playing or not.
Well, I like your new profile picture.
Which
it's not
picture
super
is
new.
that?
It's you in the garage where you did the motor swap.
Oh, that yeah.
It's a nice one.
And that was the thumbnail for that video when I did the motor swap.
Yeah. So it's the one with the blue truck.
Yes.
You know about how far into it is?
3-4 minutes, give or take. You'll see it if you just scroll through, because if you see my car, you've gone just a tad too far. It's just before that.
I've seen it. It's a gray. Oh, that's weird. I don't like how they did the louvers on that. That is weird.
I'm not a big fan of those, right?
Nope,
and
don't like it.
And that's like the style of louver that you see for yours, but except for it's on the third gen.
Yeah, no, that's not the one. Anybody who's seen my stuff enough, hey, Jeff from the Mighty TA is hanging in. I shared his channel what was it, like 2-3 weeks ago now? But yeah, he's got that Brentwood Brown. I think it's in.
Oh, that one. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
I think he's still waiting for his motor to show up.
Because I think that was about 4 weeks ago.
It was a little bit ago.
Or maybe 3. Yeah, 3 or 4 weeks ago. Just because I know 2 weeks ago, I wouldn't have seen that.
Oh yeah, you was having your own great adventure, just not so great.
Yeah.
Geez, we're how far into this live stream and my beverage is still sitting here unopened.
We've been having tantalizing conversation.
Right?
And also, so here's a fun fact about Ford radios from this time period. So I pulled this radio out back in 2020 out of the junkyard. Now, it was mostly pulled out before I got it, I just had to do one connection to remove it, sort of
Right.
thing. But the problem with this is that this is not actually a really rare car to find. It's a number 82 Escort GT is what I pulled this out.
Okay.
So kind of cool to see one of those. Now it's an AM FM cassette, and it does have a factory amp that you can turn on it,
Oh, that's
right?
cool.
But so it has provisions for that if you want to do that. But the problem is the wires out the back are not the same colors as they are out the back of the original AM radio.
Well, you're just gonna have to find the wiring schematic for what that came out of, and
Yes, and that's what we've been trying to find. Because, you can find it for a Mustang or a T-Bird or a Ford pickup, no problem. The Escort's a little harder to find when it comes to the radio one. I've been
go
searching.
look for a PDF file of a Haynes or Chilton manual for the Escorts.
Yeah, and that's what I have to do.
It will have the factory wiring diagram for that radio. If that's a factory piece for an Escort, it will have the wiring diagram for that.
Yeah, it definitely is. I was surprised though, because like, okay, now I know my AM radio, which oddly enough, I actually got it functional, which was cool, but and there's like
AM,
no
FM,
distortion to the speaker.
AM, FM, or just AM?
It's just AM.
Geez, I don't think we've had just an AM radio here in the U.S. since at least the 60s.
Well, no, you could. I know even in the States, it was an option up until it was mid 80s when they finally decided, okay, FM signal's finally taking over and FM became standard.
Right.
But
we don't have AM stations really here in the U.S.
Oh, I'm sure you do.
They're more information. They're more, not.
Well, it is here too. Like, do you get much music on there? No. The only station I can pick up that has any music happens to be a Christian rock station. So there's that.
No, we're not going there because I'm going to offend people.
Yeah. And there's also they do rock and country for Christian as well on there. So
I'm going to offend people.
but and then I've got CBC and I can pick up a Fan 960, which is a sports station out of Calgary, so I can do that on it. And there's a comedy station that I can listen to as well.
Yeah, I'm not even getting much AM radio at all where I live, just because it just gets blocked by the mountains.
But usually, AM signal usually travels a long ways.
Yeah, but we have the big mountains. It still gets blocked.
Yeah, you're closer to the mountains than I am. So even though the mountains are like
in
over
the
there.
mountains, not just close to them. I'm in them. Literally live in a valley between them. But anyway, Jeff said he thought that the show was on Sundays. We switched to Saturday, way back in March. Because I changed to a new job and I go to work at 4:30 in the morning on Mondays. So staying up late on Sundays does not work. We tried it once, it did not work.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, because one thing is, that was the ever since I've had my issues, that's the first my major issues. That's the first time I've been able to actually get to a show. Now, I had my dad with me, just in case, and yeah, I actually did need him to drive back, but I was able to drive there just barely. I was at my limit, though.
Yeah, I would travel with friends. Maybe not just your dad, but just friends in general. Have a riding buddy.
Yeah, and definitely, that's where I'm at now.
Till you guys get everything figured out and figure out what's going on and have a handle on the situation.
Yeah, it blows right now, but
I don't.
It is what it is.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. It's gonna suck, but I'd rather have you here next week, not just for the live show. I mean, that's not where I was going with that by next week, but I'd rather have a cat as a friend than her feeling frisky and wanting to drive and something happens.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. The only time I drive out of town on my own is it's a 5-minute drive out to Davidson that way. That's it. So I've only ever had issues driving is usually when I drive distance, which is just to Olds, which is not that far. It's 40 kilometers. But yeah, because like I got to a point because I was actually in Stitch, and which is the first actually that's the first show that I've had this car too this year. Yeah. Everything else has been a convertible. So and
Jeff said that he has a lot of AM radio out there in Ohio. He also asked where we're located. Now, Kat is located, I do believe, up in Alberta, Canada.
Yeah, I am in a little town. It's in sort of south-central Alberta, in a little town called Sundre, which is west of Olds, which is north of Calgary. So by about an hour.
And I am out here in central Pennsylvania, out in the Coal Mountains.
Yeah, so, and it's, that's one of these things. So, like, yeah, when I talk, it's all in kilometers and stuff like
that. We also have Joe that's on this show quite often. We call him Old Man Teen Mechanic, because technically his YouTube channel is Teen Mechanic? Is that it? Just Teen Mechanic?
It's Teen Mechanic. See, the fact you don't know that.
I do know it. I'm so used to calling him Old Man Teen Mechanic or Old Man Mechanic that I get confused. But anyway, so he is also from Canada, not that far from Kat.
No, he's in Calgary, so he's about an hour from here.
Still not that far when you compare the size of Canada.
Yeah. Well, the fact that it's kind of interesting because especially the further west you go, typically the less population you get here in Canada. Because majority of Canadians, it's kind of funny. I think it's like 70% of all Canadians live within 10 miles of the U.S. border. So, compared to here, I am. How far am I from the border now? I think I'm 5 hours from the border. I used to be an hour, but.
Jeff says he takes it we're not going to the Pontiac Nationals. Now, Kat likes Firebirds, but she's not a Firebird chick. She's a Mustang chick.
I would own and drive the hell out of a Firebird, but I don't own one of those because they'd be expensive.
They'd be expensive, you're right. So obviously the mighty TA Jeff, he owns a Trans Am, and I own a Trans Am. Now, the last time I went out to the Norwalk, Ohio, which I do believe is Dayton, Ohio, right next to it, I think. That's where they hold. Is it the Pontiac Nationals or Trans Am Nationals? Maybe that's the Pontiac. Maybe they're different. I was at the Trans Am Nationals back in 2014 with Jean Grey. That was the last time I took her out that distance.
Yeah, see now, what I want to do, because if I was to pick up a Pontiac, I'd want to get a Pontiac that would screw with Americans because we have Canadian only Pontiacs up here.
Yes, you do.
A few of them.
But I don't know if that would screw with us though.
Well, even because Roy from Roy Marco's Garage, he has the 56 Pontiac. It's a Pathfinder, which is a Canadian only model. Right. And most people don't even realize that one actually exists, but it does.
Did we mention somebody's name a little too loud?
No. Oh, holy crap.
How's it going?
Well, not dead yet. So
did your ears just totally burn or ring or whatever happens when...
What?
Yeah, we did just mention your name about a minute ago, and then all of a sudden you're here.
I know, that's freaky, eh?
I'm surrounded by Canadians.
Yes.
Run.
Oh yeah, it's a Canadian thing. We all speak to each other, I guess.
Right?
Yeah. Telepathically, that's what we do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, spirit of full disclosure, I jumped on the street as soon as you mentioned my name. I opened the YouTube and I just thought I'd see what was going on, and I thought, you know what, I should jump on here.
We promote you even if you're not here.
Well, I really appreciate that. I need all the help.
Although, I mean, should we though? If he's not here, we should just, be bad mouthing him, right?
Yeah.
So you're saying that we badmouth Kat when Kat's not here?
Yeah. It's the rule of thumb.
Yeah, I mean, if it goes one way, it goes the other way too.
Yeah, but how often am I not here?
It just means we got to roast on you extra hard when you're not here.
Yeah, see, and good luck, because I'm here 95% of the time.
Yeah, you're gonna knock on wood right now. Go find wood. I don't even care if it's fake wood. Go find wood and knock on it.
That's a good idea. Oh man,
I got a fake wood.
We are knowing cats. We know cats are having issues right now, and you just said about not, that you're almost always here. And we don't need a karma incident happening where Kat isn't here because she decided to make a comment and then karma is like, well, hold my beer, watch this.
It's fine. Well, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's not like I'm having issues that could potentially kill me. It's not.
Why are you saying all this stuff right now?
Yeah, I know, not really. I mean, you do drive vehicles, and it only takes a split second for things to not happen the way you want them to.
You do have a disease that could kill you, as do I, and as does.
It's called humanity. It's called being a human. It eventually will kill us all.
I was referring to the car addiction, but
the classic car addiction.
We see that all the time. I mean,
right. Well, and the thing is, I've never had an issue with any of my cars though that have been like a super dangerous thing, other than when that one broke down twice on the side of the highway. But it's not like you that have had. How many tires have you had blow up on you now?
Just me.
You've had like 2 or 3, haven't you not?
Only when I've been driving, just one, and that is a miracle considering my truck's old tires.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, no, only the T-Bird, but I mean, I've been in several cars that have had blowouts, like the Caddy when we bought it had a blowout. Yeah.
Yeah, see, I've never had that happen. Even when I drove Roy's car, because like Roy Marco, with his '56 Pontiac, the thing is on like 30 or 40-year-old bias by tire. So it's they're dry rotted. They're not definitely dry rotted, but they're dry rotted. And yeah, it's so weird driving on bias flies because of it throws you about. It doesn't stay planted very well.
I'm more comfortable. I don't know what it is.
And there might be a comfort thing with them as possible. Like I didn't really notice that because to be fair, his seat was like completely a lot of springiness into the seat, but not much cushion there. So
makes sense.
Yeah, it's one of those deals. It's an old car.
Well, yeah. Actually, I kept it. The tire that blew up on me with the T-Bird was a Sears tire from 1990, I think, right on the dot, and it blew out right across the Sears logo. It slashed out right across the Sears logo. It was the best thing ever.
Nice.
It was just like.
I want to welcome Pilot to the live chat, and Jeff from Mighty TA. He says he can see the glow from Canada, from his grandparents' house in Ohio. He lives right on Lake Erie.
And actually, this might be a question for LT Mechanic there, because you've screwed with radios a lot, and you've potentially done earlier Ford radios. So,
I take it.
The one thing is, I got the AM radio actually working in the car, but I don't want an AM radio in the car, right? So I picked this up almost 2 years ago. This is an AM/FM cassette with provisions for a amp out of an 82 Escort GT.
That is super interesting.
Now, the one thing is, there's no connections on the back of it because they all got cut off. I wasn't the one that cut them off. They were cut off when I pulled this out of the junkyard. Now, the one thing is, do you know the color schematic for these by chance? Or is that something you'd have to research?
That's something I'd have to research. I mean, and I haven't memorized that, although I remember doing mine on the LTD and having to use the same stock harnesses, and I was able to find a wiring diagram. So it would be pretty easy to obtain one.
You just got to find a Chilton or a Haynes manual.
I figured. I just figured I'd ask him because you never know. Because I know, because that LTD, because your LTD was an 82, wasn't it? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it'd be the same year that way. And because the one thing is, out of the back of my radio, it's so weird. There's only 3 wires going out of the back of that because it's a mono, not an actual stereo.
Yeah.
And the main power wire is black, which is strange.
Yes, it is. It is very weird because I thought that same thing was a ground. That's carried over through. I think even my truck. They're all Ford loves their black power wires. I don't know why. It's very good. It's very good.
Yeah, see, it's once you get into the late 80s, they stopped doing that apparently.
Oh, did they?
This is
like 87 and up.
This is why most modern wiring harnesses, like at least the aftermarket stuff, even for Ford stuff, they all emulate GM harnesses.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I mean color coding. I mean the pigtails are
the
inspired.
video that I just put out today for the American Auto Wire harness. Even the stuff they make for the Ford Mustangs and other stuff, and even the generic stuff, it's all GM based.
GM inspired, yeah.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
one of the best distributors of all time is a GM distributor that you can put in a Ford, though.
Right, but they still include all of the Ford factory ends, but like the wiring colors, like like generally GM uses the same colors to go to different components throughout almost all of their stuff.
If Ford copied it, it must be very intelligent.
Wait, what?
Oh, no. The distributor I was talking about, it's not actually Ford didn't copy a Duraspark distributor. It's just they make Durasparks that can fit in Fords. And they are cheaper than your traditional Ford distributor. And they're better.
Huh. And what year range would that be?
Oh, to be honest, you could just buy a Duraspark distributor for literally any engine. I can get one for the inline side.
So would that be what, for a Chevy 350 or just any small block?
No. You can order it that's straight. Like you can go on like Summit or even Amazon and get these Durasparks that are specifically modified to fit the Ford.
Yeah. And so what it is it's the Ford housing, and they're using the internals probably from an HEI distributor that's GM based. So
it's 100%, and like because with the HEI, it has the coil inside the cap, which is actually a better design versus having it outside.
They're also pretty damn near indestructible. You can fire up almost any almost any distributor or any car that's had an HEI in it. That will not probably be your first fault when it comes to an ignition issue. It might be the cap or the rotor, but it won't be the internals.
Yeah, like I want to get a Duraspark for this thing, like because you can pick up a Duraspark distributor for like $80. Like they're cheap. Compared to your traditional, actual like Ford OEM distributor, they're like $150, right?
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
So yeah, it's definitely worth the upgrade. Just the only thing is, some of them like. The reason why the HEI distributor is not on that car is because it hits the aftermarket intake of that. Because I had it on the other intake that was aftermarket as well, but decided to because I wanted to run that Shelby intake. That we robbed his car of his distributor, and because I didn't have one.
I've actually never had ever in my experience thus far. I'm sure I'll encounter it, but so far I haven't encountered a distributor in and of itself that's failed. I mean, yes, rotors and stuff and points and caps have all been worn out, but never a distributor itself.
The points are part of the actual distributor.
I guess that's true. I've just never had the mechanical or analog.
The thing is, yes, points are a wearable part, but they're not as wearable as the cap and rotor. Cap and rotors are a routine maintenance.
It's just I guess I've never had to replace a distributor because the distributor's bad. I've just put points in. If it's old enough, I've just replaced the points rather than replace the old.
It's not really the bottom part of the distributor that goes. It's what I consider internals or the stuff that's at the top of the stock.
Yeah, or I mean,
it's a rod going through a body, something.
Yeah, well, and like sometimes this is kind of rare, but sometimes you will break the distributor or something that can happen actually, and usually you don't have to replace the entire distributor. You just have to replace the oil pump gear. Yeah, like that's usually the only exception.
I don't know, maybe Fords are different, but the gear at the bottom for GMs isn't an oil pump gear. The gear at the bottom for GMs is actually what drives the distributor itself. because the oil pump gear is actually up inside the. It's not even a gear. It's just a notch inside the inside the gear that drives the shaft that goes down to the oil pump.
Yes, same thing with.
So that gear is actually the cam drive that gets obviously gets its input from the cam that drives the top of the distributor.
Yeah, I guess yeah, the Fords are that way too. I didn't think about that.
It's usually an Allen or a hex with a Ford. I've noticed it's
ours is just it's normally for the Chevys it's just a slot. Because it's a slot, and then the top of the oil gear will be a round rod with also like a notch outlet that slides onto the blade inside the transmission. But yeah, what I was saying is normally the parts that wear out inside. I mean, yes, you can wear out a cam gear, especially the nylon ones because they did make them nylon for a little while.
I've never seen that. I'm sure it exists. I know it exists.
It's like
GM did make some nylon ones.
It's just like Ford with their with the timing chains with the plastic crap that they had. Just
yeah. Well, the olds that was originally in my car would have been a nylon timing set, so the gears are nylon.
Yeah, I'm surprised my LTD had nylon ring gears on the
this is something I know from watching Nick's Garage. The Magnums and the Hemis, they had nylon toothed original timing sets.
Yes, they do. Like the one thing is, I know that the 302 in that car is going to have nylon as well. And what I want to do is actually, because they do make a kit for your 302s and 351s, and actually just about any small block Ford, they make a timing gear set.
Yeah.
Instead of having a chain, which I'd much prefer that.
The problem with the timing gears, okay, so that'll be, you'll either have a single idler gear or you'll have a double idler gear. They're noisy as fuck.
Of course they are, but
they whine the whole time the engine is running.
Yeah,
I love that sound. I've heard that sound. I love that sound.
Yeah, you know what? For me, I don't really care about that because when I do that, there's also going to be a decent cam under that thing too, so you won't. Yeah. You will hear it. But to be honest, I hear my aftermarket fuel pump. It's loud as hell in that car. I hate about it.
I am hoping to God I do not hear the pump in the freaking fuel tank of this.
Well, see, in the tank you shouldn't hear it. Mine's in the line, so you hear it.
Well, I have seen some of the EFI swaps, not just Sniper, but the Phytech and some of the other Brock ones or whatever, where they have done some tanked swapped ones, and the pumps that they put in them are loud. You can hear them inside the car when they're doing the initial startup stuff. I really don't want to hear that, but I mean, obviously, if I don't have a choice, I don't have a choice. I don't have any insulation in my car either, so there's no sound deadening. There's no sound deadening material in that car.
Yeah, see, you cannot complain about any noise you hear if you have no sound.
I am hoping that exhaust is loud enough in that car that it drowns everything else out.
Yeah, see, and the exhaust isn't quite loud enough in that car, but also, like, the one thing is, because as soon as you key on power, I mean, you hear it, and it's really annoying. And how I have that one set up, because, well, the original was off of the, how he wired it, which was dumb, was through the coil, which caused a misfire.
That's a dirty signal.
Yeah, so we actually, it's kind of funny. If my radio goes out, I know I don't have a fuel pump, because that's what it's wired to.
Jeff, he says to add sound deadening material. I am not at that point right now.
That's what I was just saying.
There is no point in me adding sound deadening material currently because I would just be pulling it back out.
Don't add it right now. Add it later.
Exactly.
Add it.
Eventually, whenever the car is at that point, maybe.
You should.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's always not, because, like, the one thing is, I drove this thing without anything when I first got it. It was just the seats in the car. There was no carpet in this car when I bought it. There was no headlamp.
There was no carpet in my car either when I got it. There was a driver's seat. That was it. I had to go pick up the rest of the interior out of this car when I picked it up.
Yeah, well, see, bear in mind, when I picked this car up, other than the dash and the seats, everything else was blown apart in here. Well, also, and the steering wheel and stuff like that too. Like, everything
exactly how
in
mine
front
was.
here.
I picked up my
And
car in
so-
boxes.
Yeah, well, and see, and I had to figure out, because I didn't know box bodies then, of how does the interior go together. So everything you see in here, I did, which some of it doesn't fit 100%, but even from the factory, they didn't fit 100% anyway. So, and also, like, what's really annoying is, because I don't have the full pewter for everything in here. My A-pillar plastics happen to be tan for some reason. I don't know where the original gray ones went, but and the rest of it's gray for the interior pieces, besides obviously the red seats, headliner.
Well, see, originally my car was black on black, which would be your outside colors. So it was a full black car. I don't know what the badging color would have been, which would have been the color of the bird and all the lettering. That's long gone. I don't have any invoice sheets for this car, so I don't know what it is. I really don't care enough to pay, because you can send your VIN out to there's a Pontiac place you can send it to that has every single Trans Am's ordering sheet, which would tell me what color came on this car factory as far as the TA bird. But I do know from the body tag that this car was a black on black with the deluxe camel tan interior. Really, as far as that goes, I really don't care much past that, because it's a standard Trans Am in standard colors. Nothing special. And it had a 403 automatic. So, again, nothing special. You know, it was the detuned Olds engine with a 3-speed automatic. No crazy options, no T-top, no none of that. Just standard basic TA. So I basically have a clean slate. I can do whatever I want with this car because it's nothing special.
Yeah. And to be fair, mine is that way too.
Well, no, you have a special interior color. You were just bragging about that not long ago.
Oh, I have that. It was a 1-year only interior color, but I've seen a couple with this interior.
How many left the factory with that interior package?
See, those numbers aren't available unless you get a Marty report. So there's that.
No, they should be available online somewhere. Someone's got to have compiled how many cars. Because, I mean, I can tell you exactly how many cars left the factory with my color combination.
It's because
because the one thing is, the records aren't public for the Fords, because the one guy that owns them all is Kevin Marty. And you can get a thing called a Marty report, which tells you everything about your car. If you get the really deluxe one, which he can also recreate like fender tags and stuff like that too for your car. It's like $200, but if you just do the plain sheet, it's only like $40, I think.
Yeah.
Why does he own them all? Who is this man?
Kevin Marty, he owns all the Ford records dating back to, how far back did he own them to? I think it's like mid-50s, if I'm not mistaken.
How has he obtained this? I mean, I've heard of
Ford gets rid of their shit, and he ended up acquiring it.
Yeah, it's just like for Chrysler, if you want to do the same thing, Gallon Gouvier owns all the records. Now, for Chevrolet, you're shit out of luck. Because Chevrolet did not retain their records compared to Ford and Chrysler that did.
Of course.
I bet you can find your records. Somebody's got Chevys, because, like I said,
well, no, it's because the one thing is, prior to the federal regulations for VINs to tell you what motor and stuff like that it had, if you don't have the original documentation for your Chevrolet, you're SOL.
I don't know.
To figure out prior to,
I don't know if Pontiac is different than Chevy, but Pontiac.
The thing is, actually, the only GMs prior to 1971, when they did the full proper VINs, that everything had to be standardized to the 13-digit VIN and tell you what engine it had and all that stuff, right? Prior to that, all of GM, besides Canadian GM, because Canada GM actually retained their records, and actually the VINs would tell you what it had. But if you go take like a 1970 Chevelle, like LS6 454, there's more of those that exist than were actually made, because there was no records for it unless you have the original documentation.
A lot of them got swapped at the dealerships too. That's how you get your Yankees.
Yeah, well, no, in 1970 they got rid of that whole thing. To be fair, or at least in the full size, like not full size, but like the mid-size cars with the Chevelle got the 454 in 1970, right?
Right,
So
but what I'm saying is, if you have somebody like the Yanko dealerships, they would order it with the 350. They would drop the 454 in at the dealership.
oh, there were some that did that, yes, but also they would hop up that 454, not just put a standard one in. That was the difference between the because even the Yankos back in the 60s had 427s typically. Like your Camaros would have a 427, or the only factory. It's interesting. The only factory Chevrolet, which is only for 1969, that had anything above 400 cubic inches that wasn't a Chevelle or a truck was actually the ZL1 Camaro. They had a 427, what they call the Winters block, which is a very rare engine. I think they only made like 67 of them or something like that. And they had well over 600 horsepower. They were scary.
Corvettes had the big engine in them too.
The Caddies too, but that's not a Chevy.
That's different. That's not that's a full body.
They didn't Chevrolet and the reason why GM as a whole had that whole no exceeding 400 cubic inches in the cars was because they were at a point where GM was so big that if they did that, they were scared that they were going to get a monopoly from the government and they'd have to break off. So that's the reason why, actually, that the 400 cubic inch limit was there.
What years was that?
For the 400 cubic inch?
Well, yeah, what was the last year of that?
69.
Okay.
Until you end up with Pontiac. Pontiac was dropping 455s in their TAs.
Yeah, see, they were the one exception, and Oldsmobile was as well, with the Cutlass. But to be fair, the Cutlass is more of that mid-size sort of thing, mid-size, full-size, whatever you want to call it, right?
Can you get a Marty report for any Ford, or is it a Mustang, Crown Victoria, whatever?
No, any Ford, up to I think it's like 2010.
Okay.
So yeah, you can go to it's literally just search up a Marty report online. You can get one for any car. Yeah, like you can figure out how many of your Ford truck was built. You know, if you have the VIN for like your old LTD and you wanted to figure that out too, you could. You know,
I do.
It just all you need is the VIN, but it costs you money every time you do it.
So I can spend $40 and I can know everything there is to know about my truck.
Basically,
Really?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll tell you like how they break down is kind of cool because they will say, and sometimes you'll have a one of one car because it's like with stupid sort of weird ass options. Like it's possible I have a one of one car.
Yeah.
It's possible. I don't know for sure, but
The LTD is a one-to-one car. He put so many weird options on that car. The original owner, yeah, it was hilarious. It was hilarious.
I got cut in here for a hot second. I want to say hi to Jesse, who's joined the chat. Jeff from Mighty TA also let us know that his is a Heritage Brown Deluxe Tan Cloth Interior. Now, is it camel tan or do they just call it tan?
now that's unusual seeing.
Or is the Deluxe Tan, is that the hog tooth?
Now, see, that's kind of unusual to see a Trans Am outside of the 80s having a like a fabric sort of interior.
No, most of ours, a lot of the TAs had what they called houndstooth, which is the cloth interior. They came in red, black, and tan.
But outside of the houndstooth, for the most part, you saw vinyl or leather.
If it was a houndstooth or a standard. But the deluxe refers to the shape of the seat. The deluxe ones had pleats, whereas the standards were smooth.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
But he says it's the Deluxe Tan cloth interior. He's got the four-wheel disc brake option, which I thought that was only the what are they? Is it the Y84 package? Which I thought only came on the Z20, on the not the Z28, the SE cars. I didn't think you could get the four-wheel disc brakes on the non-SE cars unless that was only 79.
Well, I have a sneaking suspicion you could probably do it if you special ordered it on any of them.
So he's also got a 403 olds, and he's got the hard. Yeah, he does have the WS6 package because that's what he just said. It's the WS6 package that's got the 4-wheel disc. He's also got the 15 by 8-inch snowflakes, which are the ones that I absolutely want. But I think I'm gonna get them in the upgraded size. I think I'm gonna get them in the 18s, not the standard 15s. So I'm gonna get the it'd be the 15 by or the 18 by 10s, I think, are what they are.
I'm not a huge fan of the slightly oversized wheels, even if it's the original style on the old cars. But I mean, that's just personal
It
preference.
depends. I do not mind the. I think it's classic specialties or something that makes them. They just shrink the sidewall a little bit. It makes it easier to find modern tires for the cars because finding 15-inch rim tires that are sports tires anymore is not necessarily the super easiest thing to do. Now, finding 18s that are performance.
Yeah. Oh, like if you're doing it that way, I completely understand.
Okay.
But I'm just saying from a looks standpoint.
Yeah. Well, if you look at a set of 18-inch deep dish snowflakes compared to the set of 15-inch deep dish snowflakes, which is what he has, the 15 by 8s are the deep dish. They have an inch wide rim on the outside of the rim that is polished. The standard 15 by 7s, the snowflake comes all the way to the outside of the rim. It's not sunken in. I think that little tiny strip of polished aluminum really sets those rims off.
Yeah. Oh, I can agree to that because.
Anyway, so I want the 18 by 10s, or either 18 by 10 or 18 by 9. I forget what they are. They look really, really original, but they fit the spacing of a modern car.
I know the look. I just don't like the one thing is the rim size doesn't bother me as much. It's that kind of typically lower profile tire that you have to run on those because you can't have obviously you can't do that as much with that. And that's the one thing because even on this car right now, I do not like the front tires that are currently on it. I like the wheels. I don't like the tires on the front.
If I were to lower my car to the point to where the spacing around the wheel well looks right, my car would all but be dragging on the ground. Those cars are low to begin with, but the wheel arches are so big that...
I wasn't saying lower it.
Right, but I'm saying if I want to fill out that wheel well, I could put a bigger tire on that car, but a bigger tire with the 15-inch rim is going to look really funny.
Depending on the aspect ratio, that way.
So
the one thing is,
put a bigger rim on that car, not have to go to a super like I understand going to a 20-inch rim on that car, having almost no sidewall would look weird, but the sidewall that you have on the 18s compared to this, it looks right. It doesn't look off. It doesn't look like I'm running rubber bands because you still have about a 2.5-inch sidewall compared to a 3 or 4-inch sidewall on a 15-inch rim.
Well, I like a big sidewall to be fair. That's just personal preference. You look at this thing with the 15s out back that I'm not sure exactly how wide they are. They're either 9.5 or 10 wide.
Your car also emits a different style.
Yeah, it does. Oh, for sure.
Whereas the TA is more kind of streamlined, very low profile, sporty. The tires look funny. The big sidewall tires look funny on those TAs.
And see, I personally haven't seen one with depending on because the one thing is I'm not saying go stupid on the sidewall, but just enough to fill out the wheel well because that's one thing I don't like about the front tires is that they don't fill out the wheel well properly. They're just not quite tall enough. So when I do eventually replace those front tires, because they're dry rotted, I need to replace them. But yeah, I will get a slightly taller and probably slightly wider tire too, just for because I think I'm gonna go with a 215/70 up front with a 275/60 out back. I make it work out that way. But then I can do that. I can run up to I think a 225 up front, but Yeah.
I saw the Mercury Grand Marquis the other day.
Wait, what?
The Mercury. Yes. I'm gonna butt in here and
Go
give
ahead.
you guys a little bit of an update because I'm sure I gotta go soon because I have to go to bed early. As I know I gotta
You're too
pass
young.
my bed. Yeah. I gotta be up at 5:30 in the morning tomorrow, so I should. Anyway, yeah. So the Camry, I never scrapped it in that video. I said I was scrapping it, but I never did. I posted on Facebook and Kijiji the night before just to see, right, for $1,000, and just to experiment. And my bottom line was $750, and someone wanted it. Basically, long story short, so I towed it with the trailer in my truck. The next morning, towed it to that same yard that I took the Mercury to. And I walked over and I opened the door and I looked at it and I saw it and it's still sitting there. I guess Dean hasn't gotten down to take a look at it yet, but
Right.
he just wanted to rescue it. But still there.
Yeah, I'm not shocked because
Neither am I.
he has so many of those projects. Like that thing is. The problem is you need to swap the frame on that thing. It's gone.
The back
That's
is.
the problem with that. Yeah. Oh, it's the back. Could you patch it? Like, could you cut it off and weld in new stuff? Yeah, but it's not worth it.
Well, you could weld in a new rail. But the thing is, I think that was his plan, right? Because he knows that they. He knows, and I'm sure he's got experience with it. He said that he knows all about that and has dealt with it. So I think that's his plan.
Yeah, see, that's not enough tire for me. Tallness.
So this is a Trans Am with 18-inch.
That should have
Industry
235,
snowflakes.
75, 15s on it.
No, it needs wider than that. But because like the one thing is with me, yeah, there's not enough tire sidewall there for me. There's just not. That's not necessarily a rubber band, but it's still not quite right for me. I'd want on that because that's probably.
But you can go
Like-
with a bigger tire than what they have on this car currently in this picture.
Yeah, I would have to. If I was gonna run
if
something like
you
that.
look at the size of the space in between the tire and the wheel well, you can go with a lot bigger tire.
Well, I guess actually there is quite a bit of space there. Okay, so
you can
yeah,
imagine what that would look like with a 15-inch rim. How much you would have to lower it to make that body look right on with that stance.
And is that an 18 right there?
That's an 18.
What you're saying?
15s are a lot smaller.
Yeah, see, like actually those, I think with the 17, if you want to have that way, I think 17 would look better than 18. Personally.
Yeah.
If you were gonna do it that way, that's all.
I think maybe even 17 in the front and 18 or 19 in the back.
Just yeah, see, I'm just a big fan when people stagger it like that.
I'm not either, but in this case, this is a very unique case for me.
I staggered for a bit on this car, but
my Novas are way staggered. I don't even.
No way.
Well, I have a 30-inch tall tire in the front and a 26-inch tall tire. I mean, a 30-inch tall tire in the back and a 26-inch tall tire on the front.
Yeah. I mean, well, the thing is, like, this car right now has, it used to have a staggered rim look, but now it's just a staggered tire, right? Because I had the 15s with a 275 60 out back.
Probably what I would do with this is I would drop the car all the way around about an inch. And then I would add a taller tire in the back. A taller, wider tire in the back. And probably just a standard size but wider tire in the front.
Well, speaking of raising, lowering, I would like to, now hear me out. I'd like to lift my truck. And I don't mean lift it. I don't mean jack it up. I mean lift it in an inch or
Ford
two.
that you have?
You have a rear-wheel drive truck, though.
Here's what I want to do. Hear me out. I cannot stress that enough. Here's my disclaimer. I know what it entails and how not worth it is. Huh?
Do I need another beer for this first?
That's a freaking shot. No.
Give me a second. I'm going to go get another beer.
Okay. All right. I'll pause my story.
You
Actually,
keep
while
talking.
while he gets his beer, I have a question for you because you're local. Would Mopac be a good place to go if I needed a Y pipe for that truck?
Yeah,
Because I can't really think of anywhere else, and I don't want to order one off Amazon because I can't. Amazon. I don't want to order one off online at all because basically my truck has really clogged cats, and the two downpipes come. The cat is the Y pipe. They both feed into the cat, and then it's a single exit out of the other end. So I would like to put a Y pipe there and then a muffler. And just move the muffler up and have it come out the back of the cab just like it is, but just replace the cats with a muffler.
Yeah, see now, okay, so either Mopac could have what you want, or you could actually just go to an exhaust shop and tell them what you want to do, and they can actually take a look and
Probably
just get you
cheaper that
the pipes that you need.
Probably just be cheaper
Like that's
for them to
probably
bend
the
them.
better way to go.
Now, how much would they charge for their time? How
It
much would they
depends.
charge?
Normally most shops will normally charge per bend.
Well, I'm thinking just to look at the truck. I'm gonna do it all myself.
They might not charge you anything to look at. It's possible. Like you'd have to just call around and find out. Like I would just call them and tell them, like, I don't know what exhaust shops are good, but to be fair, if you just buy metal, it doesn't really matter if you go to a shitty shop or not.
Right.
So
Yeah, well, I'm sure a smaller one would do it.
Okay, it's time to play our favorite game.
I have 1.5 liters of Nestle water.
Good choice.
hang on, I'm grabbing one because I already finished mine. Because I have a cooler in the back of my car.
See, look, you're prepared this time.
Yep.
All right, well, it looks like a Powerade. Did I steal your thunder?
Because no, these are just a godsend for when you're going through what I'm going through.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. You need to stay hydrated with your electrolytes.
Yep.
Okay, so we got Jesse's got water. We got Team Old Man Mechanic's got his water. We have Kat with her Powerade.
Mixed berry flavor.
I don't know exactly what Mighty TA's got, but he's requesting a vodka and lemonade, which that actually sounds pretty good. Pilot's got his old standby Ice House. We need to. Where the hell is Chris? Damn it! He was blowing up the chat. He was blowing up the chat right before live.
I don't know.
Oh, Chris is switching trucks. He did message in the chat.
He's an integral part of this.
Poor Chris had an incident. We'll go with that in a minute. Hold on. We're gonna give away 1 million NOVAtazz points, which some of you guys that isn't much, but some of the people in here, 1 million is a good bit.
What is the monetary cash value?
What am I drinking?
Oh, last time I had that, last time I did that, I nearly had like a freaking aneurysm.
Don't have an aneurysm, Kat. Don't think that hard. I mean, you don't need the 1 million points. You're at the top of the list minus Jess.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I'm curious to know how do I get this 1 million?
You gotta guess.
You just have to guess what he's drinking.
Oh God.
See?
Yeah,
you
so
gotta
like
guess the drink.
I gotta call my mom.
Beer,
can I phone a friend?
And it is obviously well, I don't care how you come up with the answer.
Oh God, I should tell my mom. I should just say, "Hey, go."
Jeff says it's a Sam Adams. Good choice. It is a beer that it depends on the Sam Adams. It is a beer that I drink, but that is not this one. So it's not a Sam Adams. None of the Sam Adams choices, because they have quite a few of them. It's
Guinness.
Get out of my chat. It's not because not because of a Guinness, because I absolutely love Guinness. But the fact that you thought that this
I know that's not gold. That's not gold.
Yeah, it's okay. Actually, no.
If it looks
like
black soup, then most likely it's a Guinness, because that's
actually,
pretty much the only thing I drink that's that dark.
They make a light Guinness that looks similar to that.
Oh,
so
it probably wouldn't be in my cup.
Yeah, no.
I didn't know that. I don't know. I don't even know.
You got some people walking behind you.
Anybody
out for a jog.
No, it's just kids that they're going back to the house.
Oh. They looked like they were on for. They looked like they were on a stroll for a mission. I mean, that was some long strides.
Yeah, they're
We
having
need
fun.
a hint. I have drank this before on the thing is that's the price with hints. The more hints I give, the lower the points go.
Okay.
So if you want a hint, I'm gonna have to drop the price.
Yeah, see, I'm not even gonna try and guess because it'll just screw with my head too much.
It is not Rolling Rock. Rolling Rock is way too light for that.
I do not.
I know nobody that's in here, I think, except for maybe Pilot. Maybe Jeff would be a beer.
Yeah. Well, see, and actually, now here's the question for Mr. T Mechanic.
Here's your other hint. Hold on, I'm a beer snob, so it's not going to be the cheap shit.
Yeah, oh, we know that. I think everybody knows that. But because the one thing is, has T Mechanic ever actually had a drink?
He shouldn't.
I will. My lawyer.
If he does, he shouldn't be admitting. If he has had a drink, he should not be admitting it right now.
That's
it's
what
not.
I'm saying.
It's not the end of the world. Like, to be honest, if you mention it,
we're on a live chat, and if somebody is sitting here admitting that they had a drink underage,
Okay.
it's not a good idea.
Here's what I'm going to tell you. That's it.
Okay.
That's all. I'm
Okay.
fair enough. Because I mean, bear in mind, I had my
says
first
he
drink
does not
when I
pay
was.
attention to what I drink. But there's a whole for at least the second and third season. This was a big part of like the conversation starters was the what's in the cup, and it started because of Chris. This is a Chris starting.
Yeah. See. Well, now the one thing is, if I try to use my brain power too much, it really screws with me. That's why
Me too.
We give you plenty of chances to win NOVAtazz without having to use brain power.
My brain just screws up all the time anyway. It doesn't matter.
Well, see, now, because with the issues I have, yeah, I've been getting brain fog a lot.
Brain frogs, ribbit.
Yeah, see, and the problem is with that is when it starts getting that, I get frustrated, and which raises my blood pressure.
Yes.
And
now we just need Jess to pop in because we just mentioned our resident troll, and we just need her to pop in now.
Chain reaction of unfortunate events. Self-sabotage.
I guess Big E is either guessing green tea or he is drinking green tea. That sounds like his normal go-to is green tea, so I'm going to guess that's what he's drinking.
Yeah, because obviously you're not drinking green tea.
I don't know what Jesse's saying black tea. That's not black tea. Black tea's not
I'm going to say it's Folgers tea that they've discontinued.
What, this? My cup?
Yeah, no, he's drinking alcoholic.
No way.
No, it is not Modelo.
Well,
it is a Texas beer. There's your hit. You're now down to 900,000 points. It is a Texas beer.
Yeah,
I don't even know any beers that are actually made in Texas, to be honest.
If Miss Formy was in here, she'd have it in a heartbeat.
No.
Because she likes this beer that I'm drinking.
I have no idea.
Well, see, and that's the one thing, though, here, we don't get a ton of American beers here in Canada.
Oh, yeah.
So we get some,
that would
but not very
be
many.
Considered an import up there, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Oh, God.
Cool. I'm drinking. Hey, Kat, I'm drinking an import.
That's what all the Cubans are saying right now about their cigars. Well, they're not drinking it, but they're not
smoking imports. They smoke their own shit.
Why would the Cubans be talking about an import with their own cigars and they're saying they're smoking an import? No, they're smoking their own stuff.
No.
That's just maybe smoke what you brought.
I'm joking. God, seriously. I'm a joke. I'm not joking.
Here is the back of the label. It is a yellow label.
Oh, see, I know you've actually done that in the past with Within the Cup.
I'm gonna say it's Cardinal. I don't know.
To be honest, yeah, being a Texas one, for Canadians, we'd probably only know it from what you've said in the past.
Jesse's got it.
Okay, there you go.
Shiner.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Shiner Bock. So we do actually have Shiner up here, too.
That's good German.
It is good beer.
No, it is not German.
It is applicable to a Sam Adams lager and a Yingling lager.
Yeah. I've actually, back when I could drink and was trying out beers, I never liked any beer that I had, but I tried out a few just to see. and I did try Shiner, but
It's good.
it's
It's
not
got
for
a
me.
nice taste to it. It's got a nice body to it. It's good. So
Yeah,
I need to now go and navigate to my my loyalty
giving.
page here.
Yeah.
And I need to refresh it so that way it's got the correct numbers on it because you guys have been slightly gambling. I did take away the tic-tac-toe. I can put it back. I just have it hidden. But I don't think people really liked it, so
It was just a little too buggy, so that was the problem with it.
oh, this might. No, it's not gonna help Jesse too much. It'll help him a little bit.
I was gonna say, if it knocks me out, that'd be sad because I'm up here. See now, if you show up for the live and actually are like a participant in talking, we should get 1,000,000 points every time.
I can't give you any more than what it gives you. The problem is I give way too many points for other things, which outshines the whole freaking talking bit.
Yeah, because it
exclamation point rank. That's not it.
Oh, you're talking
I'm
about
still
top,
drinking that same case of Texas beer, by the way. It's still the same 12-pack. I don't drink beer. Like, see, the thing is I'm a beer snob, but I don't drink beer like an alcoholic. I have a beer here and there. The most beers I normally have are actually on this live because I'm hanging out with you guys. I'm enjoying a beer. I'm having fun. Normally, when I'm home during the week, I won't crank out a beer because A, I'm tired. I don't feel like it. I'm not hanging out with friends. I don't like drinking by myself. And I don't see the point. I mean, unless I'm having a nice steak and, potato dinner or something that it would complement it. Yes, maybe. But, I don't really drink unless I'm hanging out with friends. And that's what I consider all of you guys. So, yeah, I don't mind cracking open a beer or two. And I mean, the thing is, I'm having like 2-3 beers maybe over the course of this like 4 or 5 hour live stream. So,
I know you don't drink a ton.
I have
Jesse
a
says, "Don't
proposition.
worry, I will give you all of my points when I give up." Don't
what's-
give up, Jesse, because you're in the top 4.
It's
And
not an
one of those
exciting-
top 4. I mean, yes, she counts, but she doesn't really count. I mean, I kind of just.
So okay, what is, because you completely talked over him. What is your proposition there, bud?
All I'm saying is I feel like I got to get off soon because it's 8:30, which is super
Did we
early.
ever
But
talk about your Ford?
yeah, no, we didn't.
So,
So I'm just thinking.
the floor. You have. Hold on.
I'm-
Ready? Here. This is how much you have the floor. You ready? You have the floor.
You know what? I would actually much rather see your expressions after I tell you.
Wait. That's not the right one. You're supposed to. No. Why is it doing that?
Oh, see, we can have me big. Okay, cool.
I don't want that. I wanted.
Wow.
No, that's not it.
It's
No, that's
it's
not
fine. Just stop. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
it. I don't know why it wasn't doing that.
It's okay. Yeah, no, I just my whole proposition was, you guys, I could see that maybe perhaps some of us are alcohol enthusiasts. I'm not, and I'm about to leave, so you can talk about it till the cows come home.
Cows don't
Anyway,
know where I'm at. They wander off and live forever.
in short, would like to convert my truck to 4-wheel drive.
Mhm.
Okay, now I already said how much I know it's not worth it, and it's a rust bucket, and the easiest way to do it is to sell the 2-wheel and buy a 4-wheel.
Yeah, go
I
find yourself
know.
a 4-wheel. Or go
Huh?
find yourself a rotted out 4-wheel that you have all the parts already there and you can swap them
Yeah.
onto yours.
I thought about that, but my truck is already rotted out, and there's a 4-wheel in the junkyard. Now, here's the thing. I'm just thinking, because I would like to lift my truck, because right now it sits like this, but this is the front end, and this is the back end, and it has oh my God, it has 3/4-ton shocks or springs in the back. So it's only a 5-lug. It's an F-150, right? So it's not, I don't want to go too far with it.
5-lug 4-wheel drives, but go ahead, go on.
No, I'm not talking about the 4x aspect. I'm talking about because I'm going to be doing lots of towing, right? And I need a truck that I can drive in the winter and preferably have it sit relatively level and look right? So anyway, converting a twin I-beam, not doing a Carolina squat. I don't care what you say. But it's doing a reverse Caroline Scott right now, so I can see the asphalt. I just can't see the sky. Anyway,
But that's how trucks should look. But that's my opinion.
it's yeah, well, that's your opinion.
It should have about because as soon as you and the thing is what did you want to use this truck for?
Towing.
You want that ass end a little bit higher because as soon as you
Yeah,
put a
you
trailer
do.
on it, it's gonna sag.
Yeah, I know. Ideally,
That's the whole
'cause
point of
that-
reason why the trucks sit higher in the back because you tend to load them with things.
so it came from the factory with broken springs. That's awesome, dude.
What do you
That's
mean?
awesome. I'm just saying the front end.
An average truck will sit a little bit higher in the back than it does in the front, straight from factory, and
Totally
that's the
fine with
reason
me.
why.
Yeah.
Totally fine.
Yeah, well, like
It's-
even old cars did the same thing because
Yeah.
cars were known for that too. Like even the Mustangs, they do sit slightly higher in the back.
Totally fine with me. But my truck has broken spring type height in the front. Right? I'm
Usually
fine with the
fix that.
back sitting a little higher. But I'd need the front end needs to go up quite a bit actually for it to even and still be sitting a little higher in the back. I mean, it doesn't need to sit level. It just needs to sit higher in the front. And I'm thinking because the twin I-beam system is so easy to convert to 4x, it's not even funny. Like it's so easy to do. I can keep my lower control arms. I mean, I can keep so much of the stuff that I already have. I don't
Mine
have to
doesn't
mess
even
with
have
mine.
control arms in mine.
Well, that's
I have a solid
a
front
good-
axle.
oh, well, there you go. That's the thing, right? Because if it was a solid front axle, I wouldn't even explore it. But the twin engine so easy, and the drive shaft is not something that has to be modified. And I'd actually be able to buy a drive shaft that would fit. The transmission, I'm not sure. I might not be able to reuse that E4OD that's in it. I might have to get a 4x version, but that's okay.
I might just have to swap
So-
out the tail shafts.
Well, yeah, I explored that. I'm not quite sure yet if that's an option. But what I would like to know your thoughts nonetheless, other than sell it and buy a 4x. I'd like to hear what your thoughts are.
Jesse says you need to buy a different transmission. Harvey says twin I-beam lift equals new springs.
Right, which is what is going to happen anyway. But I'm pretty sure I'd have to, like, I mean, it's worth doing the 4x thing first before I start
Harvey
lifting
also
the-
says just go out and get a 3/4 ton.
Yeah. See
Mhm.
now, okay. Now
I'd love to.
the only thing that you have on your side with that, because
You
from a
have Pat, who's
practicality
awesome at finding
standpoint,
used vehicles.
like, well, no, the one thing is from a practicality standpoint, that is the stupidest thing you could do.
Yes. it is.
However, from a YouTube standpoint, that is an interesting proposition.
what
yeah.
what he wants to
Um,
do, or
What I wanna
Yeah,
do.
yeah. Like from a YouTube
yeah,
proposition
'cause it's
of
different,
showing
it's weird, it's gonna
how
it's
to
gonna
do
grab
that.
attention.
Exactly. That is something that could potentially have a decent following on YouTube for that.
Mhm.
Because there are people that ask the question, what does it take? Right?
Mhm.
And how many videos do you think are actually out there on doing that? I can't
You may
imagine
not always
very many.
expect your vehicle to be usable at the end of it because you may find out that you go through it all and it just doesn't work, and then
Yeah.
you're
Yeah, like-
stuck.
But, yeah,
It'll
like,
work.
but that's the one thing. Like from a practicality standpoint of doing that, it's so not worth doing. But from YouTube point of view,
Especially
absolutely
if
it
you
is.
get some decent views out of it, because then you can start paying off some of the parts you're throwing at it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I need watch hours out of it. But another thing is, well, the
They
Cadillac.
get you watch hours. That's
Yeah,
the thing is,
actually,
how do some of these people get what they get? They do something weird, they do something off the wall, and it attracts a bunch of people's attention,
Well, there's
and
just
then you
so
end up with a
many.
flood.
There's so many dudes out there, and they all just say, "Oh, you got easiest ways to sell your 2x4."
There you go.
They
Harvey's like,
don't know what
if
4x2
he has
is.
towing needs, he needs a van with a fifth wheel in the back. We know somebody with a van with a bed in the back.
That is an idea.
There you
Wow.
go.
Yeah.
We know a certain somebody that has a wicked ass freaking van with a perfect towing platform in the back of it.
Is
You,
that a
you can
van?
have a mini toter home.
Oh, it is titled as a van. Yeah.
Well, it's a
You
mini.
can
Hey,
walk around
you
back
know
there
how
with-
Cletus has his toter home where he's got the big semi with the freaking camper in the back of it, and then he's got the you know the race car hauler behind that. I mean,
Yeah.
geez, you just have a mini version. You got a van toter home.
Well, see,
And
the
you
one
could just
thing
put
is-
you could put a lawnmower freaking one of those box trailers
What?
they use for doing like lawn the lawn cutting services.
Yeah, like because the thing is, what that is. So it started out as a 1-ton van, but then Triple E got a hold of it. They were the ones that cut the back off of it, put a fiberglass
Basically, a
fiberglass
conversion van.
cap on the cab, on the front of the cab, or on the back of the cab. So just behind the doors is where it becomes fiberglass. The front part is all metal.
Right.
Is
On
all
the-
that solid?
It's like a conversion van.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Because it's technically the title of like how it's what it actually is a 81 Ford E350 Triple E Camelot conversion is what they're called. Like imagine that as a badge.
They would down here. It would have been somebody like Choo Choo Customs or something like that.
Yeah, Triple E was just Triple E is a Canadian motorhome manufacturer, and they did stuff like that as well.
Oh, they're Canadian?
Yeah, they're Canadian. Yeah.
See, you have a piece of history right there. She's looking to get rid of
that
it.
thing, and fun fact about that Vruck is those things back in 1981, because I found a guy that actually built those back in the day. I was talking to him about it, and he said, yeah, those things retailed for 40 grand back in 81. That was 40 grand US too back in 81.
That's a lot of money for
81.
Oh yeah.
My God.
Yeah, like, and
That's insane.
for reference, if you wanted to get a 1-ton dually truck back then, it was probably around 12 grand. So
You got a luxury hauler.
yeah, that's what they were. Because they have, like
It's
the
just
seats. Because the one thing is with those, like it has full swivel seats in it, whatever else. It's got
Conversion
the
van
deluxe
seats.
sort of. Yeah, they got conversion van seats that they'll swivel and they're a nice button tuck and everything.
Interior.
Yeah, the only thing is it doesn't have the door panels in it, but everything else is there.
But, and the thing is it's not far off of it's just a smaller version of like the toter homes. It's a toter van.
That van was about 130 grand, accounting for inflation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's insane.
Which, and comparatively to your typical 3/4-ton fully loaded diesels nowadays, is about the same price.
Yes, that's the thing. So wait, what are you asking for that then?
I'm asking 3, but I'm not expecting that. Like 3 grand.
But is the frame solid? The frame is solid?
The frame is solid. There are some perches underneath that are rusty, and the front floorboard is gone. But the frame itself is good.
The floorboard is gone?
It's still kind of there.
Floorboard. I mean, those are easy to replace.
So
yeah, like there is a hole in the driver's side floor about that big.
Sign and cut it up and and pop rivet it in. There you go.
See, actually, that's what they did. Other than they didn't have a pop riveted in, they just put a sign down there and called it good. That's what they did.
Is the superstructure solid? Like the fiberglass mating with the metal, is that all solid?
Oh yeah. Like the only issues is like there's some perches for the box underneath which are rusty. The bed floor itself will need patching, but you can still stand on it right now. But I wouldn't recommend putting a fifth wheel back there, like the actual plate, and pulling a trailer as it currently sits.
I don't have a fifth wheel, and I'm only going to be towing bumper pulling car haulers. But
fair enough.
Well, it's a 460.
It's a 460, currently seized. It had a blown head gasket. That's all I know about it.
How seized? And how seized do you think it is?
Is it Marvel Mystery Fluid unseizable, or is it machine shopped unseizable?
See, I don't know for sure. Because I've put ATF down the cylinders. It's been sitting for over a month now.
Marvel Mystery Fluid, not ATF. But that's
that works too. But I had ATF on me. Okay,
yeah,
it works. Like to be honest, I usually
$60 a bottle.
Yeah, like usually I do a concoction of stuff. I didn't have the money, so I didn't do my concoction. Because usually my concoction is
it's just a concoction.
Yeah, well, my concoction is way more serious than Marvel Mystery is. So mine is ATF mixed with diesel, mixed with acetone. Yep.
Yeah,
all three of those about third part each in all the cylinders. It frees up most engines, to be honest, that have been sitting. But the one thing is also the shitty part about the van right now. You turn the key, there is 0 electrics that are working in the car too.
See, you
So
go to
there is
American
some
Auto
wiring
Wire,
issues.
You pick up a cheap, standard, 20 circuit wiring harness, and or the even better option, you go find yourself a clapped out fucking, last 15-year freaking Ford 250 or 350, and you just swap the whole drivetrain out of it, including the wiring harness.
Wow. Sean, do you have a money printer? Because I don't.
Well,
Yeah,
the thing is,
like
you just sell all the shit when you're done with using it, and you make your money back.
No.
you wouldn't make your money back on that thing. I already know that. Like the one thing is,
No, you
that
wouldn't make
thing,
the money back on the truck. You'd make the money back on
No,
the
no.
parts off of the freaking Ford truck that you didn't use, as you part out the rest of the truck. The doors,
yes and no.
the cab,
Like
the
finding
bed that you don't need.
finding a 1-ton truck that isn't just completely freaking rusty and horrible. Good luck.
I'm talking
It's
modern.
gotta remember, it's also Canada with all of our winters and stuff like that, because these trucks were never parked. They just kept going throughout and they were never taken care of, right? That's the one thing.
We're
This
talking about
one, you
anything
can
made
tell
2000
that
and
people.
newer? 2000 and newer, rusted out completely.
But people ask insane amounts for those. It doesn't matter if they're parting them out; they still like, and they.
Yeah, and to be fair, you don't want a 2000 and newer stuff for that thing, anyways. You just don't, because 5.4 train.
I love that motor.
No,
Yeah, I know,
I'm
because you
talking
like
about, like,
unreliable
the
pieces of shit.
They are not. That's because people don't know how to freaking work on them or take care of them. I swear to God.
I'm not talking
Okay,
about the
so-
5.4s. I'm talking about, like, the freaking the diesels.
6-liter diesel, is that a little?
Yeah,
better?
okay, so you do realize as soon as you say diesel, the only really good Ford diesel is a 7.3. Because a 6-liter, when you bulletproof it, you're not actually bulletproofing it. It's just you're patching the Band-Aid. It's a Band-Aid. That's all it is. And like a 7.3, if you want just a 7.3 motor, it's like $4,000. Just the motor. That's not including a transmission to go with it, and that's not including the drive shaft you'll inevitably need.
And
probably
the
gonna be another
ECM
$800.
and the wiring harness and everything else that you would need to make
Oh
it.
yeah, like
work.
you would
And
be
then-
into that
YouTube
swap.
famousness.
Yeah, but the problem is he doesn't have $10,000 to go dump into this thing. Like to get it down the road, because to be honest, I think it'd be better
Just
like
drop the
if somebody
Cadillac engine
like
in it, you'd be
anybody.
good.
No, that would be a horrible idea. Anybody that buys it, like the thing is, I think
got a
your best bet
7350
is
I no
to.
longer need.
Okay, no, stop it.
Anybody buys
Like,
it? What you're saying?
Like, yeah, because I keep getting interrupted by the frickin' guy over there. So, anyways, yeah, anybody that buys that thing should probably just try and swap out the motor, which is easier said than done on a van. I understand.
Oh God, no.
That's one of the reasons why I haven't done it, because I don't. Also, I can't really do much physical stuff anymore like I used to.
You can't really do it anyway, because I mean, on that thing, it would be you'd destroy something pulling it out of the front, and the back doors don't
You
open because
take
it's
the
not
front
a
off.
fan. And
No,
the thing is, you have to take
you
the
would
body
take off.
You take
Honestly,
off
the
front.
easiest way to do it, take the entire front clip off. That'd be the easiest way to do
That
it.
is how you
Even
do it.
then. Well, yeah.
Yeah, well-
how you do it is lift the body off of the frame.
You could do it that way too. Like, but
Lift it.
actually, because you could do it without doing that by removing the entire front clip and the core support out.
Mhm.
You remove all of that, you should be able to pull it out. It's going to be tight, but you should be able to do it. Because there
Funny thing
actually is.
Okay, so my
a
Dodge
decent amount of
Ram,
room.
which is a truck, I had to pull all that out to get the engine out of the truck.
Yeah, well, yours, yeah, and the one thing is, because it is recessed into slightly underneath the dash.
it's underneath the dash.
Almost. Yeah.
It's not much different than a van.
Not really. Like, because the only difference is the motor's right here, the entire motor, right? Because a little bit of it's up front, but not much. It's mostly back. And yeah, because that's what people have told me. It's like, oh yeah, just take off the front clip and the core support, whatever else, and swap the motor.
Just slide it
Easier
right
said
out
than
front.
done.
Do you
Like-
have the doghouse cover for it?
Yep.
For
Yeah,
the-
oh, that's on there. It's there. The everything is there except for the door panels, and unfortunately, the last hailstorm took out. There is cool little vanity lights on the outside. It took out the plastic for those. Unfortunately, the last hailstorm.
You could probably
Other than
find
that, windshield's good,
reproductions of those.
Well,
Like, and I'm not expecting $3,000 out of it. I just threw a number to see if it would stick.
Yeah, Harvey agrees with
honest.
all of it. It comes out the front. You can do it with an engine hoist. It's not that difficult. It's just
Yeah.
not
Well-
as easy as lifting it straight out of the freaking bay.
Yeah,
As I
it's not.
stand-
It's time consuming.
As I stand right now, I can offer you 100 cash, but we'll see what my next. We'll see. We'll see if I come into a little bit more money here shortly. Unless you'll take the $100.
Yeah, no, I paid a little more than that for it. So,
Oh, yeah.
but I will
Well-
say I paid nowhere near $3,000. I will fully admit that. So
Okay. Well.
I'm not going to unveil how much I paid for it
Yeah. Yeah.
until after I sell it.
Yeah. The Camry I just bought. Oh God, I cannot believe
Is
I
that the
lost
one that you had half torn apart in a show or two ago?
What?
See, I
Is
don't
that the one that
like.
you had like half torn
Yeah.
apart in your driveway?
Yeah, well, see, I don't understand why you bought that thing. First.
Okay, listen. I don't
Science
either.
experiment.
But I understand what I was thinking, but I don't know what the hell I was thinking.
Yeah, see,
It was
you've done this twice now of buying
Actually-
questionable vehicles.
Only
that way.
twice? Only twice. In the history of
Well-
this live stream that we have known him, it is more than twice.
3
No,
times.
actually, I think it's only twice in the live stream because
he's done
he bought
the Dodge.
he bought the truck, he bought the truck and the camera.
He brought
Yeah.
the other
vehicles
truck.
he's bought.
He brought two trucks that were questionable.
What was the other questionable one there?
The one
Yeah,
you
that's what I'm
currently
saying.
have.
Oh, that
It
truck
is
is not
not
bad. It's just
questionable.
it's
It's a
just
Ford.
the only issue with that truck
Is
is
that
that
it's a Ford?
the box is really rusty. Other
Bed sides are rusty. The box is completely solid except for the bed sides.
You know I'm just
And-
fucking with you, right?
I'll have you know that truck has. I just crossed over 171,000 kilometers.
Yep. And next
Which
week
is
you're
not
gonna kick
that
a tire
much,
and
but
all
yeah.
the doors are gonna fall off of it.
Okay,
Yeah.
Sean, I'm not going to hear any more about Fords from you. I've just re-clear coated the hood today, and the headlights are crystal clear now. I've just really given it some love and changed the oil and done my,
I do believe that the great Johnny Cash made a song similar to that.
What's that?
One piece at a time.
well,
That's not. That
one
is
thing
not
is-
one piece of time. That's not even close. It's not even close. Where did you get that? Like, I'm
No,
not
he was-
going too
he was
forward.
joking.
Okay,
It was-
dude. It's,
That was a joke.
that's
I
freaking
am
dumb.
poking the mechanic, and it is absolutely enjoyable.
Okay, let me tell you something. That is Dumb and Dumber's version of one piece at a time. It's one piece at a time that freaking falls off. Great value brand, one piece at a time. And it's just, I am appalled that you would say that was a questionable truck. I hopped in it and drove it 5,600 kilometers. It's not
Yeah, like,
a,
You know,
question.
like the one thing is reliability. I'm sure you're probably gonna be fine on. Like, and that truck is late enough where it doesn't have the screwed up frame that the early Ford trucks did in when they went over to the body style. So yeah, he should be okay with that truck. To be honest.
The
Jeff
truck is
said he
excellent.
paid $2,500 for the body of his TA, and spent
I bet it doesn't
$3,200.
bother you.
Spent $3,200 on the lawn block 403. I don't know why you spent $3,200 on the 403, but
That's
whatever.
what he could find.
I paid
Doesn't matter,
I
guys.
paid $700 for the cammed 76-400 that's sitting in my TA right now.
Yeah, see, just because you got an engine for a steel doesn't mean anything.
But I don't know. Like, again, it is his car. He can do what he wants, and I'm not going to sit here and make fun of him for it. Neither, like, I'm not necessarily really making fun of Team Mechanic over here, just poking him a little.
Yeah.
I would not personally have, like, for $3,000. I guess I don't understand for like $3,000 on a old 403. Does it make
unless-
sense to me because they don't make power?
The only thing is with a 403 is that $3,000, if it was a fully like rebuilt everything, you have the documentation, it's all really nice. That's not terrible. But if it's
I mean,
like if it's $3,000 for a used 403
No,
that might be
he's-
miled out, not so much.
I think he got his through Summit.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow. That's
I didn't know that
But I
you
just,
could
like I
buy
said,
those
I
for
just
that
don't
cheap.
know. I just don't know. I guess I said I don't know why I would justify. I mean, unless he's looking for factory correct, which is fine, you know.
Well,
Part-
I mean,
That's
to
why
be
I
fair,
went Pontiac with mine instead of the olds. I mean, I would
Well,
even
see-
almost go like Chris did with his Buick 455.
yeah, well, see, there is also the whole thing is because
Okay.
I do the same thing for people too. Is like, why am I retaining the inline six in this car and not swapping it for a 302 or a 460? Because people said that too.
A 460?
Okay, so
People told me
he
that.
replied.
Yeah.
He replied, and he's right. He said long block, which means yes, it's going to be everything from the intake, everything but the intake and car is a long block. So heads,
Yeah.
you know, crank, all that shit. He said he doesn't have to change anything to his car. If he went for a different size, I have done that. Okay. I know exactly what you need. I know exactly what, and it was through Jegs. He said, so I did the swap that he didn't. Okay, because mine had the 403 old in it originally, and yes, there is a little bit you have to go through. You have to get different motor mounts. I had to different motor mounts. I had to change the. Well, it depends on if your engine comes with a fan. I had to change the fan. And I guess the pulley set, but mine came with all the correct pulleys and all of that stuff. But motor mounts, wiring harness didn't really need to change much. Actually, I didn't really have to change anything; just swept to where it was at.
Okay,
Um,
I gotta have a shower and go to bed. I gotta be up so early tomorrow that I hate it. So
I know how you feel. I do that tomorrow.
Just a quick question: why do you have to be up at 5:30?
because I gotta help my friend Doug drive his stuff to the flea market at 6, and because they open at 7, and he's got a lot of stuff to do. This is the thing. This is what happens when you have a truck, especially a Ford truck.
You see, this
It's
is
just-
why you charge rent.
Huh?
You charge.
Oh, believe me, I don't charge.
See, there's two things. If you want friends, get a lift and a truck, and you have all the and a welder. A lift,
Yeah.
truck,
Oh,
and a
see, no,
welder, and you got all the friends in the world.
No. See, it gets even better. If you have a friend, yeah, you're gonna have all the friends. If you have a lift, a truck, and a tow truck, which one of my good friends has.
There you go. Wow.
He saved my ass twice, so you know.
Yeah, well,
That
I
if
gotta
you want to never have any time to do your things. You're
Hey.
always doing it for everybody else.
I want to get into that sort of stuff. I want
No,
to
but
get
then
into
again, I have a truck, and nobody's bothered to come ask me for
Well, it's
Well, I'm in
because
the
your truck
city.
has been down for years. That's why.
what.
Yeah, well, and the transmission is sprawled across the kitchen table. So
Was.
anyway.
Was.
No,
Yeah, good.
I'm still convinced. Legend has it, it's still there to this day. Anyway,
Actually, no. That transmission is somewhere up by Pocono Lake.
Oh
okay.
yeah, that's right. You got it sent out. I forgot about that.
There you
The
go.
only thing that's left from my transmission is the valve body. Because that valve body that was in that transmission is in my new transmission.
And you hung it on your wall. Oh, it's in your new transmission. Okay. Well, that's cool. That's good. All right. Well, it was fun. I'll hopefully I'll see you next week. Thanks for having me. I'll catch you
As
later.
always.
That you said?
All
Yeah.
right. See you later.
Jesse says I have a Ram truck. That's fine. Nobody's bothering me. I've gotten plenty of compliments on that truck. Thank you. It's a really nice looking truck.
Yeah. Well, he's got to poke fun because he's a poor guy.
Right?
That's just how it works, you know.
But yeah, he says he doesn't have to. We'll go back to the Jeff comment. He doesn't have to change a lot of things. I didn't really have. I mean, the biggest thing that I had to change, and which is the biggest pain in the ass, is changing the shaker.
Yeah. See, like there is a certain thing of just keeping stuff.
Finding Trans Am Pontiac 400 motor mounts. That was the other big thing.
Yeah. Well, see, there is a certain thing of just retaining the sort of stock stuff or whatever, so you don't have to do a bunch of
Which is what he
little.
was doing. He's saying he didn't have to change a bunch of stuff. That's why he kept with the 403.
Yeah, and that makes perfect. It's no different
make
than with
sense.
the. Well, it's no different than with my inline six. Although I like my inline six personally. So because I've had so many people say, okay, drop a 302 or drop a 460 in it. I have that comment saying, take the 460 out of the van, rebuild it, put it in the Mustang. It's like, oh god.
Yeah, if it wasn't
no.
locked up.
Yeah, and even then, I wouldn't do it.
Yeah,
If
your
it
car
wasn't
would sit
locked
like
up,
this.
I'd get the thing running
it'd be
and
like,
I'd sell it
you ever
for
seen
all
those?
more.
You ever seen those videos of the little tiny dog carrying a big stick? Its back tires would be up off there. It'd be just
Yeah. Well, that'd be actually and now people have said, well, hey, okay, so you want to retain an inline six, fine. Why don't you put a 306? It's like, oh, because that's just as bad. It's not that heavy actually. It's heavy, but it's not as bad. Because they're actually slightly lighter than the 351. So, or slightly heavier than the 351, I should say. And
doesn't Ford make the 390?
390 big block, which is it's a derivative of the 460, but 390, 428, and 460, and I think 429 as well.
Just put a Cobra in it. Be done with it.
Well, you know me, I like weird, so just like this
I'll
thing.
just put my electric lawnmower engine in my TA and go with it. I'll top what's his name to put the lawnmower carburetor on his car. I'm just gonna stick the extension cord powered lawnmower engine in my freaking TA.
If you do that, you have to get like a giant plastic 3D printed. Well, no, you'd have to get like giant 3D printed plastic or something like that under the hood of Duracell batteries on top of it.
Yeah, but I'd also no, because it's not battery powered. It's
just extension cord. Okay.
I need a shit ton of extension cords in the trunk.
No. See, this is what you can do. There you go. Electric motor under the hood, right? And feeding through an extension cord that goes to a roof with a generator on top.
Or solar power.
Exactly. And to be honest, oh man, see, that'd be hilarious. And take that to, if there's any like electric car meet, take that to it. God, they would lose their mind.
When I shared this on Facebook, I said, come join us down the rabbit hole. I didn't really think we were actually going to jump down a rabbit hole, but we just did.
Yeah, see, it's all your fault.
I'm just waiting for the Mad Hatter to show up.
But yeah, and to be honest, I've contemplated because I really want to put a T5 behind this car. The problem is with this little inline six, it's kind of a pain in the ass. However, if I find either the late 200 inline six, like an 82 inline six 200, or I find a 250 inline six, it makes it much easier.
They have different bolt pattern or what?
Yeah. The 81 was a transitional year for it's 3/4 of the small block forward bolt pattern for the transmission. So there's just a couple of bolts that don't line up. But realistically, you don't need every single bolt in your transmission. We
won't go on to the fact of the missing or the busted off corner of my 360 block that doesn't have a bolt through it to go to the transmission anymore.
We won't discuss when we did the motor swap in my car that I couldn't quite reach the top bolt for on the driver's side for that because of the stupid crossover tube.
I can get to those
because it's got truck. Yeah, well, see, it was nice. Well, because the emissions crap, because it doesn't have any emissions except it still has that crossover pipe on the head, which is just annoying. Like the one thing is with the old motor that the guy swapped into that car, he had those exact heads and he just snipped those and then welded it. Like he snipped off the thing completely and then just welded the hole. Which you can do that, it's fine. But we just didn't do that.
My Pontiac has one of those.
You have emissions shit, so yeah.
It's built in. Well, it's a 76. It's built into the intake, and yeah, the early ones don't have that. So the bottom of the intake has a big belly in it, and it literally is for the exhaust crossover from one head to the other. It flows down through there, and it's also where the EGR valve goes.
Oh. Yeah. See, I'm not sure where they actually put the EGR valves on those 302s. I know where they put it on the inline six though,
It's
but
also where the choke riser is too.
mm,
Because there's the original style for the choke is as a heat tube that drops down into the intake, right into that crossover, and as the exhaust gas heats up, it obviously causes the air to expand inside that pipe, which closes the choke. When the engine's cold, the choke is open, and as soon as the engine heats up, the air expands and it closes the choke.
that's fair.
But I don't have any of that
Makes sense.
anymore. I just have the tubes, the tubes angrily poking up through the intake there.
Well,
that go to nothing.
The only, because we had a bunch of tubing on this thing when we first got it. It was really annoying because the one thing is it came off the, it was for the EGR, but for some reason instead of doing a nice continual sort of bend to the or not, it was for EGR and it was also for charcoal canister as well. Because my charcoal canister, which actually is not on the car, but I still have it. I kept it just because. I don't know why I kept it, but I still have it. Because one thing is, it's weird on this thing how the charcoal canister was, because usually the charcoal canister is either closer to the gas tank, or if it's under the hood, it's like on the quarter panel or something like that. But mine was on a tube, that metal tube that wrapped around. It had a little rubber tube going into it, and it did an L into the air cleaner. That's how it was done, which is like, you could tell it was an afterthought. Compared to later on where they actually physically designed the cars to have their charcoal canisters proper.
Mm-hmm. Jesse said he made a block off plate for his. Yes, I could do that. I could make block off plates for it, especially where the EGR valve is. I'd like to get rid of it. The problem is the way that the plate, the EGR valve is mounted on that intake. It's similar to how a distributor is mounted. So it's got a little forked plate that presses against it. So I would have to have made the plate out of a pretty thick material to be able to take up that space. I had no way of cutting that size material with the current tools I have because it's a kind of air tool material there at that point. Which I don't have access to at the moment. Because I don't have access to an air compressor. So I just threw the old stuff back on it, and I'll swap it out later when I have the ability to get what I need. Because I'd like to block off where the choke riser was and where that EGR valve is, just to clean up that intake, because it's no longer needed for either of them.
Yeah, see, I think because it was Roy that built my block off plate for my EGR. Yeah, because he just used an angle grinder and then his bench grinder.
Well, I have a bench grinder. I have never plugged it in, so I don't know if it even works.
Yeah, I'd plug it in just to find out if it works.
My angle grinder, I have no idea where the hell it's at.
Because you can do it that way, and like the one thing is, he made it look nice. Like you can't even tell it was just angle grinded and then
Harvey,
bench grinded that way.
Finding an older stock Pontiac intake, especially the pre-emission ones. The later Pontiac engine stuff is expensive enough. You can imagine what the desirable Pontiac intake engine stuff is worth.
Yeah, see, the only way you can find that potentially cheap is by finding like an old like a Bonneville with a 455 in it that's just rusted out to crap but still runs.
Right, but
or even doesn't run.
You also got to make sure that those intakes have the same deck height.
Oh, that's true too. Yeah, I didn't think
because remember, you got to deal with the shaker, so everything's got to be the right height. It's got to come up to the same height as where it's supposed to be.
That makes sense. Yeah.
And not to mention, I'm not running a stock head setup either, so I'm sure that the intake on mine has been modified to fit the shrunken heads.
That's fair. I didn't even consider that.
Yeah, so I don't know if you guys know I have 30 thousandths off the heads of my car, which would change the geometry of the intake, meeting with the heads. So I am pretty
Ever so
sure that
slightly,
the
yeah.
head, the intake has been modified to retain that gap.
Yeah, they should have. If they did it properly, yeah, they would have shaved it 30 thousandths as well to match.
Jesse, the problem with getting an aftermarket intake is the same problem. Finding an aftermarket intake that has the same deck height as a stock intake.
Yeah, most are typically taller decks.
Yeah, it's not a matter of adding a carb spacer. It's the opposite that generally happens. It's finding an intake that's low enough that it doesn't cause the shaker to not fit under the hood. Because most aftermarket intakes are taller than a factory intake, and there's no room to play.
Yeah, because you don't have a ton of room under those hoods.
No.
But bear in mind, even my inline six doesn't have a lot of room either, because I didn't realize how close it was until because I initially had that Edelbrock cooler air cleaner on this car. It's now on the convertible, but because I was able to figure it out on the convertible. However, on this, the raised B on the raised E on the Edelbrock logo for the stupid wing nut design that it had. Because basically the wing nut, what it was just a giant E with a circle around it. And that's all it was. Every time I closed the hood, it was actually hitting the hood.
They were saying that the heads are at the same angle. You just need a thicker gasket. No, it lowers the intake into the. When you shave the heads, it lowers all of the bolt holes for the intake 30 thousandths lower. So it's not really the angle in between the intake that changes. It is where the intake sits in the lifter valley. With Chevys is a lot harder because they actually have a space that meets with the block there. The Pontiacs don't. But yeah, I guess he's right. Yeah, if you had a whatever, but I still have a stock intake gasket set, so they did something. Yeah, 30 thousandths room. That's not a whole lot. But yeah, I don't know. My main thing is I'm also looking to make that car look as factory underneath the hood as I can, even with the sniper. That's the whole point of going with the sniper instead of just going with like a standalone computer ECU or port injection. So going with the factory intake is what I wanted to do.
Well, see, and actually, something that's kind of funny is one of my fans, because he's sort of engineer this way, and he's just like, well, why don't we? Because he's like, well, what about injection on your inline six? I'm like, maybe in the future, but it's just expensive and whatever else. I don't really want to do it.
I wonder
He's
how much it would be for you to go with a sniper or 5-tech. I don't know which ones make the, because you got a 1-barrel or 2-barrel on that.
I've got 2-barrel adapter on the 1-barrel intake. You can run. They do make a Holley sniper that's a 1-barrel. They make a Holley sniper that's a 2-barrel as well. And the one thing is, it's direct bolt on and everything. There's still the whole kit to do everything. That includes fuel pump and all that stuff that you need is right around probably $1,500, give or take. It's not terrible.
A lot of times.
Yeah, but it's like actually the 2-barrel and 1-barrel stuff usually isn't. So
find them refab.
You could potentially find them that way. That's true. But I mean, to be honest, it's not really something I want to do. I like the little carburetor on here. It works fantastically. I don't have an issue with it. So, but he just had this idea of like, well, what about doing like a port injection system? So apparently in his sort of mind, he's going to be like just drawing it on paper and seeing how you'd modify it to potentially work, to actually do a port injection on this inline six. I'm like, because technically you could. Like, I have no doubt. But is it worth it? I mean, actually, the benefits of it would be incredible. Don't get me wrong. But do I want to do it? Not really. Because yeah, you could just literally drill into the intake holes and do, right, and then just have a throttle body where the carburetor.
No.
You know, you
Jesse
could do
says
it that
that
way,
you
but
can mill the intake and add custom intake, but that's expensive.
yeah,
Mill the
that
head.
would be pricey.
And I don't know if he's talking about your situation or mine, but again, if it's mine, it negates the thing of making it look stock. Really hard to make an aftermarket intake look stock. No, you can make an aftermarket head look kind of stock, depending on the head.
Well, see, that's the cool part about that aftermarket intake is, other than seeing aluminum, it doesn't, and then being a little taller on the intake valley up front.
A factory aftermarket intake.
Yeah, it is technically, because it's an old Shelby intake.
Yeah.
So which is cool. So it's not so bad. But even the Edelbrock, it's interesting. That one is bigger than the Edelbrock one.
The reason I think I can get away with it with the heads is the heads are not as noticeable once everything's on them than the intake, because the intake's like right there.
Yeah. Well, see, and to be fair, on that one, I don't even care about retaining. Hey, look, stock look. I don't care. It doesn't have the original motor with all the emissions and all that stuff on it anymore.
Well,
anyways,
you're not going for that look either. There's a difference.
Sure. Like,
I'm going for that sleeper look.
Well, to be fair, other than you pop the hood, you're not going to see that. So there's that.
What?
Like,
on my car?
That's the difference too. Yeah, until you pop the hood, or depending on exhaust and whatnot.
The car is going to a car shows. It's going to have the hood popped all the time.
But what I mean by that is that, because a sleeper is the exterior look. It's not necessarily what's on the hood.
You're not going to see the aftermarket shit underneath the hood either. That's the point.
Yeah, that's true. Well,
I want to pop that hood and make it look like it's still got a factory carb in it, that it still looks like it got a factory engine in it, even though it doesn't.
Yeah.
Well, I want it to look like it's supposed to be there.
I'll see, even like with my my rig here is, because until we tell people, they have no idea it's two barrel on it.
Jesse, yes,
also, they actually look.
You were at 90. You were at 93 million, and you went up to 94 million.
There you go.
And he still doesn't know how to check. Exclamation point top or exclamation point points?
Well, okay, points just tells you how many points you have. Top actually tells you your ranking.
Right, I know, but it depends on what he's looking for.
Oh, no, I was explaining. I was explaining that to him.
Touche.
So yeah.
Put the claws away.
Well.
Yes.
But yeah, because because one thing is, what I kind of want to do, I want to see, and because the issue I'm having now is figuring out, okay, can I physically drive my car to places to where I could actually get the work that I want to get done? That's an issue too.
Right.
Because the manual swap on that car, the only thing I need is a flywheel and clutch. That's it. I've got everything else. Well, and I need a cable too, but that's whatever.
It's kind of like me. I thought, well, the funny thing is yeah, it is kind of like me. Remember going into this, before I started actually putting it out on YouTube that I was going to do this swap, I thought I had all of the parts I needed. How many parts have I bought since I started doing this?
Well, okay, to be fair, I actually know this though, because it's a T5, very simple. Because
yeah, you're doing a simple swap.
Yeah, exactly. It's not super custom that way. It's just the only thing that we'll have to do as well, because I think we'll have to notch the top. Other than that,
Wait, what? What do you mean?
We might have to.
Results. What results?
But yeah, because to do a T5 swap in that, I want to do a T5 swap in this car too, eventually.
Hold on.
I need to swap the rear end.
Harvey,
On both
you're
sides.
not talking to yourself. We see you. I don't know if you're up to snuff with the rest of us, as far as, actually being live with us. You got your results. You said exclamation point points, and right after that, Streamlabs said you had Harvey right. You have, let's see, 1, 2, 3. You have 11,458. No, 1,148,587 Nova Cash. It did. It's just you and Jesse both put it at the same time. Streamlabs tells you it said top 10 points. If you're not in the top 10, that's as hard as it gets. But you are actually number 10. It's in the chat. You also need to make sure you have not top chat clicked, but you have live chat clicked.
Well, I think if you're just in the comments there, it's that anyway.
What?
I think.
No, it starts out as live chat.
Oh, does it? Okay.
Mm-hmm. You'll have to switch it to live chat, which can leave some people out, especially when you get a busier live chat. It'll leave stupid comments. It'll leave what it feels is unnecessary comments out, or redundant comments.
Yeah, that's true. Like, yeah, because I've had some live streams that will go a bit crazy in the chat at times. It's rare that I have those anymore. I wish I had those more, but
Wow, wait. It says that his chat shows 11 of his posts in a row and nothing else.
Oh, okay. That is an issue to where that's a glitch with YouTube. You have to actually
Refresh the browser?
click off you have to refresh it, yeah. Because if you don't refresh it, it's just gonna keep doing that. That is a issue. I've come across that. Yep. That is a known bug. I've experienced that myself. Because even when I've been in the comments, well, there was one point where I was doing that in the chat a few weeks ago with you, and it was doing that. It's like, wait, what's going on? And then I refreshed it. It's like, oh, okay, there's the rest of the people. I thought I was the only one talking.
All right, so Harvey, try refreshing it. I didn't know you were having that issue.
Yeah. And once you refresh it, it should show stuff. And something I didn't realize, because bear in mind, I've actually tried to swap a radio before in a car. It's just never done it before.
I've done a few radios, factory ones and non-factory ones.
Well, I didn't realize how kind of annoying it is with this thing, because you don't pull it out of the front, you pull it out of the back, which is really annoying.
Really?
And there is a so actually I can show you on this one. So there is on the back, there is this stud you see here that you just put a nut on and it bolts onto a bracket. Well, to get that bracket out of your way, you don't really have a choice but to bend the bracket out of the way.
What's the bracket bolt to above?
It's below. That's the problem.
All right, what's it bolt to below?
It's actually just a sort of stud that's kind of peened over underneath the radio, which you can't actually access. You'd have to drop out. You'd have to actually drop out the plate that holds the cigarette lighter and the ashtray out of it.
So that's probably the correct way to do it. Not the most time efficient way, but the correct way to do it.
Yeah, it's not though, actually. Because the thing is, they didn't expect people to be swapping radios back in '81. So, and they kept this right up until, it's so stupid. Ford kept the same design right up until '86. '87, it was different. You had the little tool that you can take it out the front, no big deal.
Okay,
but,
you can always deal with what I have to. Technically, the radio that came in my car were 2 turn knob studs, and then the freaking center display came through the dash, and then you had a cover that went on the outside that cover up the rest of it. So if you're trying to put an aftermarket stereo in that car, you got to hog out that freaking center section to be able to put a square radio in that.
Yep. Oh yeah. You'd have to do that with this one too. Like, if you want to put any sort of aftermarket, you have to do that.
Well, let's just say somebody was not so kind to my stereo dash hole.
You see, like,
it got blown out.
See, now, I wouldn't be opposed to doing that sort of thing to get it in there much easier, but it's not just to get it in and out easier. But to be fair, you do that like once, then you're done. Like, what's the point? You know, unless you're gonna upgrade your stereo units in the future, which I'm probably not gonna do. Because realistically, I don't need. I like the old school radios. I don't like seeing a new thing down there, and I don't want to spend the $800 on a new freaking head unit from
I'm
Retro
not
Sound
going
or
to be able
whoever.
to find unless I go to like that freaking, what is it, like the secret radio or whatever, that makes those old style classic radios that have all the modern stuff in them that still fit in a stock old hole. You're not finding a radio for my car that doesn't cost like $3,000.
Well, see, the only thing you could do as well with yours, if you wanted all that modern stuff in it, there are people out there that will actually convert it to Bluetooth and whatnot as well.
But again, I can't find a factory one that will fit there that won't cost me $3,000 used.
I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah. See, and like
they're year specific.
Oh, are they? Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Because there's two different styles. Because even it also depends on the dash, because you have two different dashes for those cars. You have an early and a late dash. They have different size holes where the radio goes and where the freaking your ashtray go and your map pocket. So trying to find one that fits that car, number one, to be a pain in the ass, and number two, then to have it sent out. But also, my dash is already all hogged out. It was hogged out before I got it. In fact, it was so hogged out that I couldn't even fit a regular modern radio in that hole anymore without it just falling through the hole. I could not get the the modern radios, they come with that metal cage bracket that you're supposed to bend the tabs or whatever to get it fit in the hole. It fell right through because it's supposed to grab on the outside of the hole, and then you batten the tabs on the inside of the hole to hold it in place. The hole was so big the whole radio went through the hole, bezel and all.
Jeez. Yeah, see, that's no.
So we ended up taking two pieces of thin sheet steel, cutting them to the shape of the actual outside dimensions of the hole. So it's like where, like, you have the vertical parts that come in, and then it comes down, and that's where your plate normally goes. We cut two plates that literally fit that whole opening and sandwiched them in between each other. So basically, I'm sandwiching the dash in between these two pieces of plate, and then cut the metal out of the center that is the right shape. That is how we repaired that hole, because there was no way of repairing it other ways.
Oh, okay. That's right. I mean, I get that absolutely. Because yeah, the Fox body is a little different than that. Because if you hog out the plastic and whatnot here, that's not the end of the world. It's only as long as you don't cut the bottom support, which, to be fair, you cut the bottom support and you don't have a cigarette lighter anymore or the ashtray. So it's that, right? And although, depending actually, because on center console cars, those are in different places. On non-center console cars, they're up underneath the radio, but actually on center console cars, they're physically in the center console. So, because like on that car, with center console, it has a little ashtray up front that's just small that flips up and down, and then the cigarette lighter is actually off to the left of that.
My cigarette lighter is up in the actual instrument cluster part of the dash.
Well, see, I'm glad that mine's hidden away like that, because it's,
Yeah, because like if I wanted to plug, this is also why I added the USB ports and the cigarette lighter, car charger port or whatever, inside of the bucket of my center console. Because, yeah, for me to plug in a phone charger, it's all the way up inside the instrument cluster.
Oh, geez. Yeah, see, mine, you can see it's right here inside the ashtray.
Yeah, I don't think I have a cigarette lighter down there. In fact, I'm pretty sure I don't.
Yeah, it's really convenient for that. I like it there, to be honest. I don't want to move it. Because yeah, like if you have a center console, the center console itself physically like takes up that space underneath the radio. So because it has a little computer in there that'll tell you some stuff like, oh, are your lights out or anything like that, or it'll tell you, there's a low fuel light on there as well, and if your washer fluid is low, it'll tell you that too. But other than that, it's just a dummy computer, just simple sensors.
Right.
And some of the sensors don't work because the washer sensor doesn't work. The low fuel light works though.
Jesse says that you can get Resto Mod radios for his F100. I can get Resto Mod radios. Okay, I can get the new, the whatever, but they're kind of expensive. I don't know how much they are for my car, but last time I checked, they were quite a bit expensive, and they still don't have everything that a modern radio has anyway.
Yeah, see, like, well, because the one thing is, I wanted to retain the sort of stock look of the radio, but like have AM, FM, and I just happened to find this one in the junkyard, and that's why I picked it.
Right. And I mean, the other thing is, yeah, sure, I'd love to retain a stock look for mine, but I already don't. I need a whole new dash.
Yeah, well, it makes perfect sense why you wouldn't do that.
Yeah, because there was nothing left of the original hole. It was all hogged out. And I don't think they even used a Dremel. Maybe a chainsaw. I saw that comment in there too. I think they did use a chainsaw. Maybe not even a chainsaw. Maybe one of those. You never seen them big mining rigs that they have where it's the big thing that sits down in the center of the hole and it's got that wheel with all the buckets on it that goes around and just around the edge of the cliff.
That's called an auger.
Huh?
That's called an auger. Oh, well, actually, no. Oh, okay. You mean like the big, giant ones? Because I think.
Yeah, the ones that are like like a quarter mile long. Those ones.
Yeah, that's.
I think that's what they used to cut out the dash.
Oh, are you sure they didn't just use like an ice auger?
Maybe an asteroid. Maybe a whole asteroid.
No, okay. That's a bit excessive. Come on now.
I'm being excessive. You should have seen the hole before. I mean, this was before I was really doing YouTube, so I don't have a whole lot of footage of it. But you should have seen the hole in this dash.
Oh, I believe you. It's just.
I might have pictures of it. I'll have to check, but I might. I doubt it.
Are you sure? Are you sure that they didn't just use an ice auger? Because one thing is, an ice auger, you'd be like way up here, and the hand crank, and just doing that.
Maybe
from up
I
here.
don't know.
That'd be funny. If somebody did that, great.
Do I have pictures of the first time I did the dash, which was before I repaired that hole? This was doing the reverse switch. No. Where's the dash? You can keep talking. CB in my truck. I'd like to CB, but I don't want the big. I mean, I would look like an RC car at that point.
See,
you've seen the Trans Ams with the big whip antennas?
Well, see, actually, that's something I want to do in this car. Because the one thing is, I can get rid of. I think I could fit it underneath the radio, actually. And a friend of mine has one, and it's just sitting in his old Lincoln. Because he has, and it's just a parts car for him, and I don't think he's ever going to do anything with it, because he has a factory CB radio in his Lincoln Town car.
Oh,
which is just like, and it physically says Ford on it. I'm like, I want that. Just, have the thing mounted up on the dash, or the, little thing mounted up right up on the dash, would be great. And then, yeah, that'd be so cool. But I don't know if he'd part with it. I'm sure he would, because he only has that just for parts for his his Mark V pickup truck. So, which I wonder if he's getting that back. I haven't talked to him about that.
Okay, yeah, I did have actually a video of me trying to fix that hole. I originally tried to fix it with a piece of plastic, which didn't work.
Plastic.
What?
Plastic.
Yeah, the plastic didn't work. I'm gonna let you know that right now. It ripped it right back out. Let's see. Can I zoom in? I can. That's a really crappy hole. Crappy picture. All right. There you go. That was the hole that I had.
You can't really see too much from here on that.
Okay. I can't zoom in anymore. There is
wait,
no hole. There's nothing left there.
Oh yeah, they took off way too much. Okay, I see
That's
that now.
bigger than a radio opening.
Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, there was nothing that could attack it. Because these radios in the Fords, like they have 3 points where they attach.
So this was my fix. You see this tan plastic, which is actually part of my original interior. I cut this out and glued it in the backside of the hole. It failed almost immediately as soon as I put the radio in. But you can see how much tan is in this opening.
Yeah.
I told you, I could literally just throw the radio through that hole.
You'll see, that's the nice part about the Civic, actually, because I don't know what is supposed to hold it underneath.
Yeah.
But,
There's my cigarette lighter. It's right above the radio. This is when I first redid the dash.
my face is burnt. Yes, thank you.
But yeah, that was my solution for the first time. The second time we came in there with a metal plate, which I don't know if I have pictures of that. I mean, I can go out there and go look at it now. I have it sitting out there.
It's a problem using this. It's funny because you can probably tell I'm very sunburned on my face from today.
Oh. I like banana
but it's
boats.
funny.
I don't use the
Yeah, he had it. He just walked out here handing me this. But the problem is
the pump. Did you try turning it?
Yeah, I did.
It might be locked. Oh no, not turn the whole knob. Turn just the head.
Well, no, I was trying to. It wasn't.
Yeah, because sometimes you can push the. I do that when I'm not using it. Push the head down and turn it to lock it, so you can't pump it. Yeah, no, it wasn't squared. It was hogged all the way out to the outside, which means there was no really way for me to do anything with it. So I did what I could, the best that I could. Which worked for a little while.
Yeah, see, no, this pump doesn't work, and I think I just broke it.
Okay, well then just do the whole like ketchup bottle shake.
Yeah, I could. Oh wait, I got a little bit out. There we go. I got it to work. Oh, that's what it was. So that some of it hardened and then got.
Oh yeah, that does do that.
Yeah.
Is that the lotion
stuff bear in mind
or
is
just a straight like freaking?
Oh, this is lotion.
Yeah, the lotion is so much better than the actual like. Because I mean, the funny thing is, you're putting aloe on your face. Why would you want alcohol in it? I mean, that's gonna just dry your skin out even more.
Yeah, I don't think this one has alcohol. It has with moisturizer.
But the gel stuff that they used to sell, like Banana Boat, the green gel that everybody was freaking using before, that's alcohol. It's isopropyl alcohol, which just dries your skin out even more. So you're putting the aloe on, but at the same time, you're drying your skin out. Makes no sense. So I always use the white lotion from Banana Boat, which has the aloe in it.
That's fair.
But yeah, they hogged that whole out. They're, even if I wanted to put a factory one in it, I couldn't put a factory one in it anyway. And I like having one that I can connect to my phone and do things anyway. So I don't mind it not looking completely factory. Besides, I think that some of the blacked front, like the completely like smooth front black ones that are modern style, I think they look better in there than the ones with the knobs anyway.
Ugh.
That's beer number 2. But yeah, so I don't mind. I mean, I'm not sure that I show the picture of it the way it was with the radio in it, the one that I have in it, which I'm probably gonna update anyway and put a newer one in. But anyway, I think that as long as you get one with a clean interface, they don't look bad with a modern radio in them.
There we go. My face is all greased up now.
You said for the car radio, the face is fairly hidden. Yeah, and I specifically pick ones that don't have... I used to love the one I had. I used to have a Kenwood that when you turn the radio off, it would flip face. So when you turn the radio off, it would flip over and it would just be a black... Literally just a shiny black surface. So it was really nondescript and hidden at that point, especially on a black dash.
Yeah, and I get people doing those. They are kind of neat, I suppose. Like, what was the vehicle that had that? Oh, I think that was the my Vandura that I had for a hot minute had one of those. Except for it was old school one of those.
Well, it depends on what you consider old school. Because remember, I'm fucking old.
No, I mean, okay, when they first started doing the flip style back in the 90s, that's how old this was.
That's again, like you said, it depends on what you consider old school, because that was... I had a Kenwood Exelon... What the fuck was it? I don't know. You had to flip the face halfway for you to put a CD in it. It would flip down halfway, you threw the CD in it, and it would flip back up. The whole front of the screen was digital. It had a couple buttons on the very bottom of the screen, but that was it. Otherwise, the whole front of the screen was completely flat. No volume, no volume knob, nothing. The whole screen lit up in a digital dot matrix display, which would show your equalizer. It was one of the first radios that would tell you what song you're listening to on the radio. Not like what's on the CD, like what was actually playing live on the radio. This was one of the first head units that did that.
Oh yeah, like, because one thing is, in that thing, what it had, because it wasn't exactly a flip out screen per se, but like I'm sure you've seen these. Like you did have your volume and your seek, whatever, but to actually access the buttons for like menu or whatever else like that, they were hidden. You had to press a little button and they came out. Which was kind of a neat concept thing, but again, it's like very sort of like late 90s sort of thing for stereos
to hide
do
everything. It was trying to clean and clean up lines and
like I found it a cool little gimmick thing, whatever else. Like, hey, that's kind of fun. But other than that, it's like, I wouldn't put that in a car per se, but the fact that it was in there was kind of cool. And like, I like to see when people put in old, like, when you see the older stereo stuff in vehicles, I do find that fascinating when people retain that old school stuff. Like, and what I mean by that is like when they did the aftermarket stuff back in the day, right? Yeah. And because now, everything is so digitized, and like even like the little crappy Kenwood unit that I have in the convertible, everything is still digital on it. Like it has buttons on it too.
All right.
But it's just a single DIN, nothing special KDC Kenwood unit. And which, although what's stupid about those Kenwoods, and because apparently they made a bunch of models that were identical to that one. They didn't. I don't know what all they really changed in them.
Different options inside.
Yeah. Well, even that, and I always wonder too at times if they just made a new model, but actually they didn't. They just put a different name on it, just so that, hey, look, it's new, but it's actually the same.
Oh, this is my head unit right here. Pretty damn freaking close to it. Don't do anything stupid. It's the KDC X815 or something close to that.
Okay, yeah, see, mine is KDC MDC 235. That's what mine is. I believe that's what it's called.
Trying
But
to
yeah, because
find-
actually I did a little video for YouTube and TikTok of how to set up your auxiliary port on those, because the dumb part is that's locked in behind a menu screen for some dumbass reason.
All right.
It's like, why would they do that? You should just be able to plug it in and then go through the, the setting, or not the settings, but the stuff. And because I couldn't figure out how to do it, and then I watched some videos on it, and like these guys take forever to tell you how to do one simple little
Of
thing.
course, it's a longer view time. Hello,
Yeah,
that's
but
the
I
whole point of
literally-
YouTube anymore, is how much can I extend YouTube. So this was actually my head unit, or pretty damn close to it.
Oh, okay, I remember those. Yeah.
And so when it was flipped around, when the interface wasn't showing, all of this space was just straight, like, looked like black glass.
Yeah, I do. I remember those actually, seeing a couple of them here and there, because they were kind of a hot ticket
They
item
were
for a while.
expensive.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Now I mean that stereo head's probably worth maybe $50,
Right.
versus
But the other
back
thing
then
is,
where-
this stereo again was what was, it's the Kenwood of this series. This Kenwood Exelons were the top tier. They were the all the bells and whistles, all the good sound. And I had this paired. This was what was in my Nova. And I had this paired with two 5 1/4 inch rounds in the door, two 5x7s, like right above the armrests in the back seat, two 6x9s up on the rear package tray, and two 8-inch earthquake subs in the trunk, with a 1200 watt amp and a capacitor.
Oh yeah.
That car, it didn't like thump itself to pieces, but it sounded like a really nice house stereo unit. Like with the big.
Oh yeah, if you have the correct stuff like that, you can. But like for me, don't get me wrong, that is awesome. I love to have that sound, but I just don't want to spend the money to get that sound. So
Well,
that's why I don't.
and the thing is even the current setup, the one, well, obviously not that setup anymore, but the setup that I have in my TA right now is two 6-inch rounds on either side of the center console, two 6x9s in the rear deck lid. Technically, I still have those 8-inch earthquakes somewhere. I don't know where they're at. I will probably swap them out for something newer, but they will go in the trunk of the TA. So it'll still have some decent sound.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like this, because like I do put some speakers in this car, but like I'm not gonna do anything too fancy, to be honest.
Well, I don't have any speakers in the Kias. I did put new speakers in the truck, only because most of the speakers that were in the truck from factory were junk. So I went out and got some decent speakers. It still got a factory. No, I lied. No, it no longer has a factory head unit in it, because I put in one of those flip up screens that I can have the reverse cam in it. But
Yeah, well,
it's
see,
not,
like-
that sound system is just to sound nice, not to sound like good.
Yeah.
It's just.
Oh yeah, no, that's fair. Like I mean, because with this thing, I would like to get some decent speakers that is, as long as I can fit them underneath everything and have them hidden, then it's fine. I hate when people will, because you'll see it at times too, where they'll put fancy speakers in it, but they don't properly fit, so they just cut out the hole. I'm like, that's awful.
The thing is that's a lot of people, because a lot of people don't. Anybody can hook a sound system up for directions, but fit and finish is an art.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, like,
and you kind of have to have a little OCD.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, like, because the cool part about this whole thing is, the fact that it has provisions for a factory amp, which is cool. Like,
the factory amp might be built into that head unit.
No, it's not.
Okay.
They actually put them, because I've physically seen one. They put it underneath the driver's seat for some reason.
Commonplace.
Yeah, it's out of the way, I suppose, and everything. But yeah, and because all it does, like, because there weren't anything fancy back in the day, right? bear in mind, this is the 80s, and it's a factory stereo out of no Ford. It's not going to be super fancy. But, because all you do is like, because I remember the Capri had one of those that I had. So, and the radio actually worked. Nothing else worked, but the radio worked.
The most
Which is
important
kinda
thing
nice.
you need to work is the radio, right?
Right? That's what my dad keeps saying about the Civic. It's hilarious. But, yeah, even though, because that, Capri had a C's motor and a bunch of different stuff, didn't run, obviously, and, all that stuff, right? But, the thing is, with that, yeah, because like that worked and everything, but my dad with the Civic, because he actually bought it, didn't have a radio head in it at all when he bought it. Because obviously you can tell somebody put an aftermarket stereo at some point in it. We found a factory radio, which we might have to do some modification to make sure it'll actually probably fit. But this one is a factory AM FM 8-track from a Civic back in the day. Yeah, it's cool.
I wish
but
I
like
could find
my dad,
an 8-track
like
player for the TA, because that'd have been cool. If I had found a factory 8-track player, I definitely would have kept that till I found a new dash, and I would wire that in and find some way to also wire in a modern stereo somewhere hidden to work with the factory 8-track, because that'd be freaking cool. I mean, as it is, the CD that's in my CD player that never leaves my CD player is the, what the fuck is his name? The guy who did the Eastbound and Down. Snowman.
Yeah,
Brain farting.
Yeah, I can't remember his name.
But I have his greatest hits. It's literally never leaves the CD player in that car. So as soon as you fire up the car, the first song that plays is Eastbound and Down.
Nice.
Literally, it doesn't. You can leave that car dead for months. As soon as you put power to it and you turn the key to at least accessory on, and it turns on the radio, Eastbound and Down starts playing out of the speakers. I love it. It's so corny, but I love it.
Well, see, actually, because in Greg's old International that he had, because I sold a couple Internationals that he had. The one that actually ran and drove, and actually drove her around the yard. Fun little rig. But that Scout, he had the original AM radio in it, but then he had a 8-track sort of stereo in the glove box.
Like an auxiliary stereo.
Yeah. Which is like, okay, that's kind of cool. I know Team Mechanic has done that. Yeah, he's done that on a couple vehicles actually. Like he had
an auxiliary radio though.
Well, ask Joseph because he's done it.
I might have to.
Yeah, because
I might have to have him make a YouTube video about it.
I think he has. On one of the Monaco videos, he did that. I think he did it on the LTD as well, but which was kind of, I found that hilarious that he put a stereo in the Monaco before he fixed anything else. Like,
told you, tunes are
like,
important. If you have ADHD, tunes are really important.
Well, what's really funny though is he claimed that, oh yeah, you know what, I don't really care about that, but yet that's the first thing you did. Like before you did anything else, that's the first thing you did. I'm
right now just chasing the rabbit hole of all of the shit that's wrong with my car that I need to fix, just so that the new parts that I put on don't fry the second that I start them up.
Fair. Yeah.
And I have a perfectionist streak too, so.
See, well, that stuff's important, like with me, like luckily, I don't really have to worry too much about that stuff with stuff I'm doing. Like, because yeah, whenever I got those heads in that cam, still waiting for that. Because still hasn't been sent to me yet. Sadness.
What?
But well, my heads in cam for the 302 still hasn't been sent to me yet. Still waiting for that. But when I do have them, it's really gonna wake that car up. And something that probably gonna end up doing is because I didn't realize how nice he actually was. At the car meet last night, talking with a guy, he actually lives in the same trailer park as me. He has this old square body Chevy, which actually has a very rare engine under the hood. Because it's not your typical 350 or 327 or 454. No. He's got a Chevy 302 in his truck.
Okay.
Well, you know what the Chevy 302 is?
No.
Okay, so the Chevy 302
I know what the
was
305 is.
Chevrolet's. Yeah, no, the 302 was Chevrolet's motor that they used to go SCCA Trans Am racing with.
Oh, okay. The ones that
Um,
were in the Camaros and shit.
yeah, the Z28 Camaro from 67 to 69 had a 302. They're actually a very rare motor to find now, because and that motor has racing heritage whenever it's like that. And you put upgrade the oil pump and put slightly different valve springs in it, stock heads and everything. It'll rev to like 7,500, $8,000. So
Yeah, you need
like
the valve
they're
springs in
pretty
it just to
badass.
keep the valves closed at a higher RPM.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. Like, and it's just super cool. Like, because I haven't really looked at his truck too much. Like, although it's interesting, the truck is not that loud. Like, it's got a decent volume, but it's not that loud. However, the resonant frequency shakes your entire house.
That's the way my TA is. Like, you fire up that thing and it just shakes everything. But then again, it's still fucking loud too. So I did
Yeah.
a thing this week. I kind of teased it a second ago while you were talking. I finished
Yeah.
the body on this Ford.
Yeah.
So it is
looking
actually
pretty.
hot rod black. It's not supposed to be shiny, which made it all that much freaking harder. Because you can polish and you can wet sand shiny. You cannot polish, or it's got a little bit of dust on it now already. You cannot polish or wet sand flat black. So there is nothing you can do with it once you paint it matte that you don't have to redo.
The only thing you could do is if you do a matte clear coat on
This
it,
does
you
have a
could.
matte clear coat on it.
Okay,
This was
see,
painted
if you do
gloss
it,
black. I did all of the body work while it was in gloss black. But once I lay the matte clear on it, if there's anything wrong with it, if I get a dust speck in it, anything, I got to start all over.
yeah, see, and that's the one thing, because that's one of the issues that I've come across to where, and now my paint jobs will never be perfect being here in where I live. It's just not possible because of the conditions that. But like on this car, and it's something I want to do as a YouTube video because I want to show people that on your car, that even in not ideal conditions, you can actually get a paint job to look very decent without spending hardly any money on it.
Did I show you what the Trans Am looked like when I first painted it?
Yeah,
And that was rattle can.
Yeah, oh yeah. Like I tell people, because people don't believe when I say, "Oh yeah, you can make a rattle can look good," because you can. It's all comes down to prep.
It just doesn't last very long because the clears suck.
Yeah, there is that. I mean, like this has been on all summer and it hasn't done anything yet on the red. Like I'm sure through the winter it's probably gonna have a little bit of issues, but
black is horrible. It fades so bad.
Yeah, it does. Like the red is not so bad. I like the red. And yeah, like the blue has kind of come off. But to be fair with the blue, I didn't do a very good job when I did the blue. So, like I said, it's all in the prep. Like the blue lasted all of about a month, and then it was just gone. So I still have some of the blue on the car, but it's kind of specky all over the place. So, like maybe tomorrow I'll see about doing that because I want to film that and just show people that yeah, you can do this, and you can basically spend maybe $100 on your paint job with RetroCam. If you have the time and patience. I'm not painting the whole goddamn car, but I'm just doing that lower.
I found that picture I wanted to find last week when we were talking about when my buddy with the ugly patina TA came in. I found that picture, but hold on. So, not many people have seen my car when I first bought it.
Oh yeah, when it was the gold.
That was my car when I first. Now, granted, the gold hood, the gold bumper, and this fender over here, the whole front end is not original to that car. The shaker might be original, but the rest of it is not.
Yeah.
That is Mitch Grome's patina TA.
That's cool. I like that.
It was really cool. I loved it.
Because you never see a patina firework.
No, and you're
Or Trans
never
Am.
going to be able to recreate that either.
No, definitely not. Like, there are some people that have, like, depends on what camp you sit in. There is actually, and it's been growing more and more, especially when I show this car more, of people saying I should retain the patina. But the problem is, I can't retain the patina because of the body mod I'm going to do. So I'll have to paint it. It's just because.
Not mine. That's mine.
I was going to say, yeah, that one flying.
You can see the red paint.
Yeah, a little bit there.
That was me just trying to fool around to see what all was done.
Yeah, I'll say it's always fun going through the layers and finding what people have done. Oddly enough, on this car, other than the Bondo on the driver's or on the passenger side, nothing's really been done to this one.
There's my poor Nova.
Yeah, that's just
That's
bad.
not mine. That's not mine. So this was me starting to see, how good can I make this car look? I did shoot half the car in black as a test. Which I then promptly sanded back down.
Yeah, I was gonna say I wouldn't go that far with the test. Like maybe a fender or something like that.
I just wanted to see.
Yeah, it's just when I do a test, I don't do a huge area. Like and you can make a rattle can look fantastic. It's
this is still that first test. I just sprayed it real quick, and once I realized I can do it nicely, that's when I went back and did the prep work. And no, it didn't look that good. So this is still the test. That's a movie. This is actually way far back than I wanted to go. So yeah, it's still the test. Like I said, it's not real clean.
Yeah.
I didn't wet sand the car yet. This was just. It was after I did this that I realized I could make it look nice. So I went back and this is still other shots. This was back before I put the black interior in it. Where am I going? No. This was after. I guess it didn't show the picture of me having it all wet sanded. But this was the second. That's straight rattle can.
Yeah, look. Oh yeah, it looked amazing. And the fact that
you can see the rattle cans. They're back there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like, what's amazing about that? Because it's seeing like not a lot of orange peel. By the looks of it.
Of what?
Because I'm not a lot of orange peel. Just looking at the because you said that's before you wet sanded it, or was that after?
Jesse says he wonders why I never painted the hood. It's because I went and just stripped the bird off the hood, and when I went to go do that, you would have still seen where the bird was if I would have sprayed the hood. The hood needs to go all the way back down to metal and be completely sanded and all of the body work done, or it's not going to look right.
And actually, did you see on that in that video that I posted on TikTok? Because with that Trans Am, that he changed the bird on the hood?
No, I didn't look that much.
See, because if you watch that video, I kind of comment on it, just like it's a little interesting because it's not your typical Trans Am bird. He put a freaking eagle on it with a red outline around it. It's kind of, I don't ever see that here, to be honest. That's something that people don't do here. So that's the first one I've seen like that.
This was when the engine blew up.
Right
here. It was stuffed in the freaking corner because it literally pushed it there because the bottom end of the engine's blown. But yeah, if you can see like where the bird was, because I had to literally scrape the bird off that hood, and in doing so, it left gouges in the hood. So I mean, I literally have to resand the whole hood. Because part of the bird came up. The part of the bird literally just peeled off. And then once I started, I was like, well, then, because all the rest of the emblems around the whole rest of the car, they just peeled off. So, like, if you look, you don't see where the TA logo and stuff is at because they came off easy. The bird didn't. Because I think the bird was an original decal, whereas the other ones were put on afterwards.
Well, even if they were original decal, well, they probably would have had those other decals original. But the one thing is, the
They weren't
hood.
original.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, anyway, but even if they were original, they may have been in better shape only because the hood of your car tends to get the most light.
Right. And the reason
So,
why I say they weren't original, look at where they're at.
Oh yeah.
Those don't go there.
Yeah. No, I was just thinking of like on the trunk
And this is
like,
also think this is also not the correct lettering for this year as well.
it doesn't look quite right. New York rack.
So yeah, they were not the original lettering. I do have a picture of where yeah. So this is where I took them off. They didn't leave a whole lot of residue, and this just took a light sanding to come off.
Yeah, see, because a lot of the stuff that I'll do is if there's any excess left, because like I do a lot of wet sanding, or at least I did. Because I don't mind wet sanding. A lot of people hate it, but for me, it's not so bad. And as you can see, yeah, you can't really see me anymore. Here, go over here. You can kind of see my silhouette now.
We see a silhouette.
Yeah.
Now. A silhouette at the top of your head. Oh, whoa, spooky.
Oh, you can kind of see my pink shirt if I get closer. But yeah, my dome light doesn't work in this car. It's that was something that I had taken out when I put a headliner in the car. My mistake.
Yeah.
And I can't figure out how to get it to work again. So
you just need a power. You literally only need to have a power wire that runs up to it because it should be connected to.
Oh, I know. It's just I've tried to get it to where it's supposed to sit in there properly. I just haven't gotten it to get it to work properly. It's just one of those deals. Like sometimes the simplest freaking thing just does not work out for you for some dumbass reason. It just happens, right? It's one of those things, and that's why I don't like electrical at all. I don't want to ever deal with it.
Obviously, I don't mind it. I'm doing a whole electrical system.
Well, see, and that's why, like on my MSD, for example, yeah, I let Keith do that at 1 in the morning. Like we were at his shop. I think I didn't roll out of there till like 5 o'clock in the morning because it took about 4 hours to wire in the MSD.
How many times I've stayed in the shop all night, or the driveway, or the backyard, wherever the hell the shop was located. That shop being just where I had tools and a car to work on.
Well, see, the one thing is because he's got a bad back, and so what he likes to do actually, because see you, Harvey. So what he has a bad back, so what he likes to do because he has a lift, so he'll raise the car up a little bit, just so that he doesn't have to bend over so bad. But the one thing is, I wanted to sit inside the car, just because it's the most comfortable seat, because his seating in there isn't the most comfortable in the world.
All right.
So I just sit in there, and as he's doing it, and I actually put in a video. I think I did it as a short video. I was saying, you know what? I'm tired. It's like 3 in the morning, but I really want to hear this thing run, so gonna keep going at it, right? And it wasn't me going at it, with him.
We fired up the Trans Am at like 3 in the morning the first time.
We didn't get the Mustang running because we wanted to. The one thing is, we could have kept all the stock sort of BS computers and whatnot, and it actually would have ran the car just fine. But we just wanted to delete all that stuff.
Yeah.
And
by the way, by running, I don't mean like idling and whatever. I mean like it fired off a few cylinders, and we're like, well, it starts ish. We'll continue this tomorrow.
Fair enough. Yeah. See, we actually got mine fully running and everything, and there were still a couple of things to button up in the morning.
Yeah.
But other than that, like I could have driven it to the hotel that night, but I don't think I did. I think I drove it to the hotel.
Well, we wouldn't have been able to get that engine to fire off anyway because we needed to swap the carb. The only reason it fired off at all is because we were literally dumping fuel down the fucking carb because the carb that was on it was having none of the vacuum and fuel once that the engine needed.
Fair enough. Yeah, see, and that's the one thing where, because I don't know for sure because I haven't done a proper test with that, and I should, of the Civic to see does the carb need to be gone through or not. Because yeah, all I've ever done is dump fuel down the carb, or put, in the case maybe starting fluid at times. But yeah, because the gas tank was all clogged up, so
you don't know if that
you know.
carburetor's even pulling fuel.
I have no idea.
Or the fuel pump pumping
But
fuel.
but the one thing is, when you do put gas straight on the carburetor, everything is free up on the side of the carburetor and everything. So, and like looking, not that you can see much looking down the barrel, obviously, but you can see a little.
Yeah.
You know, or the barrels, as the case may be, because it's a 2-barrel.
Most of the important shit you need though is what's not in the barrels. It's all of the magicals that happens in the part of the carbs that you can't see.
Oh yeah, that's definitely true. Look, and the one thing is, because
I think Jesse's trying to get Firebird Nation's freaking 3rd spot.
Well, see, the one thing is, with the Civic, because one of the best upgrades you can do is putting a Weber 3236, I believe, carburetor on it.
Mm-hmm.
And it totally transforms the car apart. Because the oddly enough, you'll never guess who makes the original carburetor for that car.
Would it be Weber?
No, not. It's a company you'd never think of making carburetors, period.
Oh, not Carter?
Nope. It's like I said, it's not a carburetor manufacturer.
Okay, I'm listening.
It's Hitachi.
Oh, well, it would make sense for it being a Honda.
Well, because to be honest, when I think of a Hitachi, that's not what I think of at all.
You talk about
not even in the slightest.
The magic wand that most females have in their
yeah,
to reduce their sore muscles.
Yeah, that's what it's used for.
It's exactly
totally
what it's designed for.
Back in the day, it was, yeah, and then they realized,
that is still what it is. It is still marketed as that.
Which, what's really funny is that back in the day, they used to sell, that sort of stuff, like when they first came out, as to cure hysteria.
Mm.
That's why they were invented.
I can imagine how some women can be hysteric if they're not getting the proper relaxation. But anyway, that is a rabbit hole for a different type of podcast. That I do not think my monetization friends would be very happy about. So we're going to avoid that freaking topic like a freaking plague. I have no problems talking about that off camera.
Well, see, that's why I was skirting around it. I wasn't exactly saying it.
I know,
right?
but hey, we might have some sharp minds that might be able to put 1 and 2 together and get 16. Somewhere.
Well, somewhere. But yeah, and it's kind of fascinating to see that. It's just like, wow. I mean, yeah, because they don't make those anymore, but you can still get a carb kit for them. But
anyway,
it's
Jesse, I was talking about when I was editing the video last week, and I said that there was a certain enhancement that was in my next video for the keen eye. That video is out. Just saying. Kat, you have already seen said image because you have seen my entire office.
Oh, yes.
Because you know what the other half of my office is.
Yes.
Jess's side of the office. Got a glorious view of just an epic monument to the moons.
Yeah, well, and because it was funny, because I think in your old place, those were up as well, but there was one time when you started, maybe you haven't.
All of the ones that are in this room, she did not have at the old place. She bought them.
Okay, well. Here. Okay. Well, there was something. Maybe you had a different setup when you first moved in, whatever else like that.
The other side of the house completely set up in holistic, You know, herbs, stones, kind of like what she does now, that she has up in the snake room.
Well, I just remember you started a live stream one time, and the camera happened to be panned over there a little bit, so it was in the background, which is funny.
She had some loosely clothed statues and things at the other place.
Yeah, like I said, it wasn't the same, but you know.
She had her screensavers on her computer. The animated
Yeah.
ones. The
Yeah,
animated you know, not safe for
Of course
kid ones.
Of course it's anime. Why wouldn't
Yeah.
it be anime?
This is Jess.
Like, yeah, it's just funny.
Cannot have a gamer anime chick girlfriend and not have dirty anime.
Makes sense. And like, yeah, I forgot what I was gonna say. Damn it.
Distraction. Goal accomplished.
Oh well. Oh well. Doesn't matter.
Why do we only have 3 likes? What the hell?
Well, to be fair, I'm not on the video. Don't like it. I'll like it after the fact.
I am disappointed. By the way, we hit 2,750 subs this week. Took forever.
Congratulations.
I am eternally, but it took forever. I literally was watching that freaking sub counter for like 2 weeks, waiting for it to tick over and get like close. To get up to like the 48, and then it would drop back down to 46, and then it would get up one, and it would drop. Like, oh come on.
Yeah, I remember you complaining about that in the chat. It was like, oh man, you know,
So close.
Well, actually, I just eclipsed 2070 the other day.
Yeah, my next goal is 3K, which
Well,
is
see,
going to take a while.
See, for me, my goals are just 100 at a time, you know, and
I
like
was doing that until I got up above 2,000.
yeah, well, see, I'm still doing that because I'm so small, so you know, it's fine. Even though I'm encroaching on your territory.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah.
There's not my territory alone.
I know, I was joking. But yeah, because that's the one thing where people will say like, oh, you know, because they're surprised when I'll shout out people every now and then. Like I don't shout out people like constantly, like especially on Instagram. I just don't do that.
I didn't even realize I passed this one. I passed 400 uploads.
Hey, you know, which I find that kind of funny because I think I'm over 500 now.
Right, but you post a lot more often, and your shorts also counts. I don't post a bunch of shorts.
They do, yeah. Which I wish they didn't.
Yeah, because they throw off your whole algorithm. They throw off all of your analytics. I hated it. Now I still have an analytic because you know shorts tend to do so much better view wise, even though they do so much horrible in every other metric.
Yeah, well, actually, something that's funny is so my last short being that short little clip from my latest video of just that funny thing. It has an average view duration of 172%.
Because they went back and watched the fucking gunshot like 6 times.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's great. I love that. Like to be honest, it's awesome. But because usually my shorts they don't do quite that well. I usually get 70% or so.
Right. They help bring people in, but the problem is the way people ingest shorts, they don't tend to stay.
Yeah. Oh. There's that, but like the one thing is, because I've gotten some subscribers through shorts and they've actually watched my full videos and everything. But, yeah, like it depends.
And especially,
I've noticed
especially where I'm at right now and the stuff that I'm doing. Yeah, I can throw shorts out there, but it's not going to create. It's not going to gain the traction of if I were actually out doing something with the car.
Yeah. Although, I mean.
I'm sanding freaking Bondo off of a dashboard.
Well, see, because actually Team Mechanic's biggest video on his channel is the one where he's talking about a trade school thing of getting, I think that was his thermostat housing that he got like sort of custom made at the little school that he was at.
Yeah.
And it's not the prettiest thing in the world, but it worked. On that. I think that was for the Matador.
Yeah.
And it has like over 300,000 views on that little short. Like
No.
it's just ridiculous.
I tried doing. I mean, you've seen. I tried doing TikToks and YouTube Shorts, and I just got frustrated.
Yeah, like the one thing is, I have some that don't do anything. Like YouTube Shorts, it's interesting. YouTube Shorts tend to not really do that well for me, unless it's something kind
Funny
of
thing
out
is,
there and
you can
kind of weird.
post the same shorts to both Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube,
Yep,
and
which I
they
do
all
typically.
get different. Like different ones hit differently on the different platforms. What worked well on TikTok does horrible on YouTube, and the one that works good on YouTube did horrible on TikTok. It's like,
Oh yeah, because my top video on TikTok is actually a video that I filmed.
we're talking
I
about
was in
shorts,
Edmonton
right?
actually. It was a short, yeah, that way. And I filmed it up in Edmonton. What's funny, because one of the main roads, it's kind of a ring road around Edmonton, is called the Anthony Henday. Now, there's always construction on the Henday no matter what. And
It's our
traffic was backed
422.
up. Yeah, like, oh, there's fireworks going off somewhere.
Oh, I still have soda with a beard hair in it.
Where are those fireworks? I don't see them. But, anyway, so
We'll keep an
that
eye out in the
road,
sky.
like at the time, me and my dad were on it, and traffic was just backed up, and we were sitting there for like 20, 30 minutes. But the one thing is, we kept seeing people, they knew about this, like, as the traffic was backed up, they would just come down here, and they have created, because so many people have done this, their own dirt path in between two medians to go to the
Oh, I
other
saw
one.
that video. That was hilarious.
Yeah, that video has over 52,000 views on TikTok. Like,
people arguing with whether it's legal or not.
It's fully illegal. Like, I found it hilarious. It obviously happens so often that I'm sure cops don't care.
Yeah, well,
Because
with them doing that, it relieves congestion through the freaking construction zone.
oh yeah, like, and I was surprised actually, because like seeing there was a Mazda 6 with a bike rack on the back of it. I thought he was gonna bottom out, but
Newer cars
I
have
was just
more of a higher suspension than you think they do.
yeah, they did.
It's older
So,
cars that
surprised.
sit that low, that has too many things that hangs down below the body that catch on shit, like my TA.
Well, yeah, like even the Supra that I drove, I was surprised about that, because you look at it, the thing sits really low,
Yeah.
but I never bottomed out on anything, and I hit some
Because
pretty big freaking
Technically,
potholes.
it's the body work that's lower than the actual body, and
Yeah.
they purposely designed those bodies to be high enough in certain areas, like at the front and the rear,
Yeah.
where it won't be touching the ground if you go over something.
Yeah, oh, for sure. And it was just one of those things. It just surprised me, that's all, because I'm not used to new cars at all. Like,
I can't approach
although-
anything in the front of my TA. The front
Yeah.
end sits out so fucking far in front of the car, and it's got that freaking air dam that sits in front, and it just everything.
yeah. Well, see, what's kind of funny between, well, okay, now this is thrown off a little bit because I don't know what my ground clearance is with those tall ass tires in the back. But stock ground clearance, it's kind of funny, is only 2 millimeters shorter than what my dad's all-wheel drive Magnum is, which I find that pretty funny. Because
My Nova
yeah, that
had like an inch and a half, 2 inches of ground clearance in the front underneath the front cross member when I had those small tires on the front. I'd just say I pancaked the bottom side of my headers. I don't know how many times.
Oh, there you go. You can see some light.
Yeah, you got a nice mood lighting back there.
Yeah, that's a collapsed sun I have for taillight.
It's nice pink.
It's not. It's coming through pink, but it's actually red.
Oh, I'm just saying what I can see. It looks pretty pink. It looks kind of fuchsia.
Well, if you look at, although it'd be kind of cool if they were pink, but if you look at the pole there, you can tell
see
red.
it's redder, but just the
Yeah.
lighting coming through is a nice, topless bar lighting. Just saying.
Yeah.
I've been to a few of them.
Oh. Well, and see, because the one thing is that I'm gonna be doing at some point, because this thing can get so many body mods that people won't really know exactly what it is when they first see it.
Like my Port Nova.
Well, no, everybody knows that's, well, if they actually know what it is, they'll know it's.
I
But
had so many
this,
people not understand what that car was. It
well,
is a
see
bastard.
that wasn't body mods. That was just different colored panels.
What? My Nova?
Yeah, I
Most
mean,
of the most of the life of that car, it was a solid color. It was only after I'd already taken it off the road that it ended up with the teal and everything else as I was trying to get it ready to go back on the road. And it would have been painted a solid color again when I started driving it.
oh, fair enough. Shit. Because the one thing is with this car, because like the entire front clip is gonna get swapped out. The rear tail lights and rear bumper cover are gonna get swapped out as well. And the rear quarters, we're gonna cut those out and swap those as well. With it's all gonna go Capri stuff. But what's interesting is, so normally when people do a Capri tail lights, they do the 79 to 82 Capri tail lights because they're just a direct bolt in and you don't have to do anything else.
Right.
But I kind of want to have like a very unique look out back. And if you search up like an 83 to 86 Capri, they have this kind of a narrower tail light, which I actually like more. It's a smaller tail light.
Right.
But you have to take that bumper cover, which is, it's kind of rounded off on the back, whatever. It looks really good. I like it. And put it on there. And to my knowledge, I'll have the only one that's like that.
Oh.
And that's a direct bolt on too. So a lot of the stuff with the Fox bodies actually is just the only thing that we have to actually cut is the rear quarters. Because yeah, whole front clip is gonna be Capri and like Capri RS hood and everything. It'll look really sweet. And I can actually make that a functional sort of cold air setup that way. Easier than this old pace car scoop. As much as I like pace car scoop, but that's gonna go. And because like the Capris that just have a cooler look up front. They just really do.
All right. So for the majority, my car looked like this.
You know,
it's kind of small, but I don't know if I can make it bigger without it. Yeah, there we go.
See, I mean, I don't really find that bastardized. Like,
no, the car itself is a bastard because it can't decide whether it wants to be an 80s square shit box or a 70s muscle car.
Well, okay, but it doesn't necessarily, because one thing is when people didn't know what it was, it's because how many people, other than the people that grew up with those being on the road,
I get confused
that know what it is.
I think a Dodge Aspen, and several other ones.
Yeah, I can see them saying Aspen. It's similar looking to an Aspen. And actually, that body style came out first before the Aspen.
I know.
But there was just more Aspens made. Yeah, like, because the one thing is, now, if I was younger and had never seen or heard of one of those before, I would say, at first glance, I'd say Aspen, but then looking at the rest of the body lines, I'd be like, no, that's not quite right. And it's a lot bigger of a car, too, than an Aspen. But, yeah. And, like, because to me, like, when I say, you know, unrecognizable, yeah, it's going to kind of look like a Capri, except for Capris are always hatchback. So this will be a coupe sort of Capri, but I'm not going to badge it as a Capri. I'm going to put Ford badging on it and all that stuff. But yeah, it'll just be cool and, you know, very, very unique. It won't be another one like it, and that's what I like, you know? Because, yeah, the convertible will kind of blend in more or less. It's not going to be anything crazy. This car, though, is going to get all the mods. It'll be cool. It'll be fun.
Oh, I found the pictures of the green Kia with the fucking monster truck tires next to it.
Well, see, it's kind of funny looking through. There was a video I did of the Civic and looking at the underside of the car. And that's badass.
That's a shame. Jess is still upset that that car got totaled.
Mm.
That was her baby. And I do feel bad because I like that car, the gray one. But I can't. Wasn't necessarily my fault.
Yeah, see, for me, I'm not a huge fan of the Soul. Like they've grown on me a little bit, but they're not like, hey,
I owned one for a while, so yes, it had time to grow on me.
hey, vinyl status. Just because I did one order through you, I'm not gonna do that more. Thanks. Because I'm not exactly fully happy with the overall quality of my stickers. I'm happy I have them, but they're not amazing.
Yeah.
Like the cuts are not great. The actual decal itself looks fine if you actually cut them with the proper sort of cutter. It'd be perfect, but they're not. It looks like they freehand cut it. I'm like, why the hell would you do that? Why would you just get like a 5-ton press with that die in it just to cut through decal?
Like, just depends on how they were doing it, I guess.
Yeah, I just find it kind of silly though. That's all.
If they're cutting a bunch of different shapes and they're custom order, well then you can't really. You're not going to make a die cut the.
Well, no, it's just the size, because the size is standardized.
Right.
You know, like my decals are what size are those? I can't even remember. But I ordered them, and I think they're like 4x2 or something like that. So yeah, like, but I'm just saying, have a die to cut that exact shape, and it will never be screwed up, right?
All right.
With a press. But no, it looks like they freehand cut it, which is very stupid. Like that's just such a waste. It's like, yeah, if I was doing it here at home, sure, I'd be freehand cutting it more than likely. But
I miss that car so much.
I can understand that. Because I'm still I still miss my Vendura. I didn't have it for long, but I want that van back.
The blue one, right?
No, it was red.
What was the blue one you had?
I didn't have a blue one.
What color? Why do I remember a blue? What van did you have right around the time that I first met you?
The Vendura, which was red.
Oh, why did I think it was blue?
Mm. The only other blue vehicle that I've had is the Lumina.
No, I think it was just a GMC or something van. I don't know.
Yeah, the GMC Vendura 2500. It's the only van I've had.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know why I thought it was blue.
Well, okay, if you
great.
Yeah, if you include the Vruck, that's technically a van too, even though it's a truck.
But that's not blue either.
Yeah, it's not. It's white. White on brown.
This poor car. This car should have never been in the junkyard.
I see that from time to time, and it blows my mind of why people do that. I get why, but at the same time, why?
The car was mint. I mean, other than I think this damage happened in the junkyard here.
And even if it didn't, like, okay, the only thing I can think of is because being the nature of that car, right? I don't imagine the retail value is very high on those for insurance purposes. Like, I think actually out there on the market, they're worth more than
this was not that car. This is the Buick. No, where?
Yeah, I was gonna say that has portholes in it.
Yeah, that's not the right one.
But I mean, I see vehicles in the junkyard that should never be in the junkyard at times, and it bothers me a lot.
I might not have pictures of that particular car, because it's the car that I have. I have the fenders and the doors off that car. The doors and the fenders that are on this car, this picture right here, are off that 79 that should never have been in the junkyard.
Yeah, well, and sometimes, like, because I know what happens. Those type of cars, somebody dies, and nobody knows the value of it, and there you go. They call the junkyard. and they pick it up, and which is just such a shame. It's like, why wouldn't you, at the very least,
There it
go out? I think those look nice, and it wasn't rusty underneath.
Mm-mm.
That's just such a shame.
I have that bumper. That is the bumper that
Like-
is sitting on my car now.
See, I can kind of understand why it may have been, like, even though it's a nice car, right? But
Look at the interior. Those seats are not even freaking worn.
not really, no. Like,
I mean,
couple
other than
little...
the damage of it being in the junkyard.
Yeah, like that thing was nice. That's just that like stuff like that really bothers me. And the fact that they did it like that in the junkyard, that's weird.
That's the way all the cars are here.
See, up here, if it's not a box which has racks, they just balance them on rims.
Well,
Which blows my mind that
they
you
use
can actually do
concrete
that.
pylons at this junkyard.
Which is probably safer. Because it always blows my mind that like Pick and Pull will do balance on. And did you notice that actually had a side exhaust on it too?
I did not own the Trans Am at the time this photo was taken. This was before me owning it. This was when I went to go look at it.
Oh yeah. Well, see, yeah, that's. Why did you take a picture through the window like that? You don't see anything.
Because I did not. I was just checking the car out. I did not necessarily have permission to be here.
Fair enough. I would have at least gotten a little closer so you could actually see better. It just that is one thing. Like I'm sure you've seen it too.
Well, these are just the pictures for myself. This wasn't necessarily for.
Oh, I get it. Like, but I was just saying though. For the people out there that will do this, like, and it really irks me. They're selling a car. They're taking pictures of it, and they do that. I'm like, dude, open the damn door.
My test for my rear deck lid.
Well, see, and now the only exception you have to that is if you don't have keys for it and it's locked. That's the only exception you have.
I didn't have access to that car.
No, I'm not. Okay. When people are selling the car.
Oh, yeah. I understand that then, yeah.
It just, it bothers me. It irks me when people do that. It triggers me.
The stance on that car is just epic.
Yeah, it's like the stance on my car right now. Great.
Right?
Love it. Although now, because of the tires that are rubbed in the back and the tires up front need to be balanced, it pulls really hard to the right because of those front tires.
How to stuff 12-inch earthquakes into the freaking trunk of a Cavalier without taking up trunk space.
See, I knew people that would put subwoofers underneath the rear seat in a Cavalier. Which blows my mind that apparently there's a not a ton of room, but a decent amount of room under the seats of one of those. The people would put not giant subs, but a
there you go.
size.
Here's the last time I upholstered car interior.
Nice.
That used to be plastic. That's no longer plastic.
Ugh.
You can see the tan plastic underneath.
Mm.
These actually still look nice. I still have them.
Yeah. That. Oh, okay. Yeah.
My body.
And your
You could just look. The top of this tire is literally as tall as the rim on the back.
Yeah, it's a badass stance. And that's kind of what I'm going for on this car now. Because initially I wasn't planning on doing that, but then I bought these tires. Like, hey, that's gonna look good.
So yeah, this was my subwoofer build for this Cavalier.
Yeah, like that doesn't bother me one bit. What bothers me is when they fill up the entire trunk.
Well, and the thing is, this wasn't even done. I mean, so all of this stuff you see here on the floor of the trunk eventually went underneath of a false floor.
Yeah, see, and
all
that's
this
the way
stuff
to
was
do it.
attached to the bottom side of the false floor. So when you picked up the false floor, you could still get to that spare tire because everything was attached to the underside of the false floor.
Yeah, see, and that's how you should do it. And like, because there's
And
so
yes, it
many
did
people
thump.
that, yeah, like there's so many people that just do it down and dirty with a simple little box back there that's usually not even mounted to anything, and it just takes up the entire truck.
Yeah.
So stupid.
Those are
Like,
12-inch earthquakes with a 1200 watt amp, and I forget how big the cap was. I think 500 milliamp or something like that.
oh yeah, we'll say like the one thing is because there was a Sunfire I sold, pile of crap Sunfire.
Oh,
You know, like it was a 4-door and it ran decent, whatever else. But the one thing is, it had one of those giant subs in the back that just took up the entire trunk. I'm like, why? Like, don't
I don't think
people
I
that
have a picture of the box that those subs originally came in. But those subs were originally in an enclosed box where the subs pointed at each other. The box was probably a good 4.5 feet across and probably about 2 feet high and about 2 feet back.
why the hell would you do that?
Because it was in a Jeep
Like,
originally.
but still facing each other?
Yes,
That's
because
weird.
it's not the thing is the subs, yes, they faced each other, but the ports came out. You have to understand how it works. It was a ported box, so your sound came out through the ports, not from the actual direct speaker. I don't know if I can find one. But they sound they sound much better with a speaker that size than having the speaker because otherwise, okay, so if you have a non-ported box where the subs are pointed directly out into the car, you're using the trunk or the space that the car is in as your box. A ported box uses the box for the sound, so you can have that box in a big open area and it still sounds good. So it's good for things like SUVs and things like the Cherokee, because you don't have an enclosed trunk for it to reverb off of like you would in a car. So like in that setup I had with the Cavalier's trunk was the reverb area. In a Jeep or in an SUV like a Blazer or an Explorer or something, you don't have that, because otherwise you have the whole cabin, because it doesn't have a trunk area.
Definitely not. Well, it's like the one stupid thing is actually because when you got Dodge Magnums back in the day, these wagons, not the original really cool Magnum in the late 70s, but the wagon Magnums, you could get a factory subwoofer in the car, but they didn't really hide it at all.
Sometimes
it was
they don't
just
hide
a
them on
box
purpose.
in behind the rear seat. And I'm like, why the hell would you design it that way? Like, that's just stupid. You know? And there is spots where you can hide a sub in that car very easily, actually. If they just designed it properly, but they didn't. They were just lazy. And yeah, because I've seen them with the factory sub, and it's just the dumbest thing to see. Like, because I think it's probably the same sub box that they put in the 300 and the Charger, but those have full trunks, so it's not so bad. But that's just a full wagon. There's nothing other than the rear seat in between the passenger compartment and the back.
I don't know if I'm able to find the exact one that I had. Probably won't.
And here we go.
Yeah.
So
This is pretty close to what it was. See if I can find a different one like it.
no, okay, this.
But yeah, you use boxes like that for vehicles with big open spaces. They do sound better. And this is the
Yeah.
closest I could find to it. So let me click that one. It didn't have this exact one, but funny, this is on Home Depot, which is freaking hilarious. So as you can see, like there would have been a speaker on one side, another speaker facing it, and then your sound came out through the portholes.
Oh, see, I thought you meant subwoofers doing that, not speaker.
That is a subwoofer.
Well, okay. Oh, okay. I can understand because and seeing that visual touch that way with the ports, I get it now. Of how that would work. Yeah, makes sense. It's yeah. Sorry, brain is not functioning
So
well
yeah,
right now.
that's basically how those big 12 inches looked when they were in the box. I didn't have the top of so this one has the top is plexiglass. Only my front was plexiglass on this, but it's the same basic thing. And I didn't have the LED lights in it, but
The
yeah.
fact that you buy that at Home Depot is kind of dope. I'm not gonna lie.
I was gonna say it was funny, hilarious that it was at Home Depot. But yeah, so I had a ported box in my Cherokee when I had my Cherokee. That was basically my Cherokee setup, and when we got rid of the Cherokee, I had nothing to put this box in. So I took the speakers and the stuff out of the box and made my own for the Cavalier. But yeah, I don't know. I made some pretty nice sound systems back in the day, but I haven't really had anything that I'd want to put that much effort into recently. Cavalier was really the last thing that I did, and like I'm not sure if you saw like the door panels and stuff. Here's one of the door panels. But the whole interior of this car was done. Because it was her car, so
Fair enough. Yeah,
it's my
not
ex.
my style, but yeah, to each their own.
Yeah. So yeah, the camo was completely reupholstered. Everything that was pink is paint. And as you can see, I follow natural lines that are already in the car, just because it makes it easier.
So they actually got that upholstered. Wow.
What?
Oh, the camo. I would have figured that they would have had that. That's an early Jetta too. Looking at that.
Junk.
Oh yeah, it looks it. But I'm just saying that's an early Jetta.
I was left at my work dead. This was an accident that happened in front of my house. I literally freaking smacked into a tree.
Fun.
Yeah, you can see the straight shot, straight to the tree.
See now, with the back hatch off of it like that, that's a perfect ute of that Camaro.
Yeah.
Well, tell me that wouldn't actually work. You know, take the hatch off of one of a third gen Camaro and turn it into a truck box.
Probably.
Well, I saw a guy like, and actually, I wanted it so bad.
Dodge Dart Slinger GT.
Well, see, because the one thing is, there was a guy that was selling. It was a 70, like I think it was 72 Vega.
Oh, I do have a picture of the false floor. Before it was carpeted.
Yeah, see, like the one thing is, with the 72 Vega, guy was selling it. I don't believe it ran, but it was fully uted. So it was a truck, but it was a Vega.
Oh,
it's so damn cool. I wanted it so bad.
But yeah, this was the setup of the sound system, and all those components are bolted to the underside of this panel. So there's one of the screw bolts there, and so you would lift this up, and you
Yeah,
could, and the spare tire well is right under that, which you could reach. This would have had panels that laid across it that, you know,
yeah. Well,
it's storage. You can lift the panels up and put stuff in these spots here. And it would all have been carpeted in, I never got to finish it, but it was all supposed to have been carpeted in the factory carpeting, including the speaker boxes. So it would have all looked like it was supposed to be there.
yeah, that's cool.
The trunk would have,
You know,
the
like-
trunk is a little smaller, but you could still fit a full size twin stroller in there. That's what a Nova is supposed to look eventually.
The Nova was supposed to look like a Camaro.
No, the paint.
I know.
But yeah,
being funny.
the gray with the ghost flames, and then the mustard pinstriping separating the black, and then the gray stripes across the hood.
See, nowadays, I'm not a big fan of flames anymore. Like when I was younger, I was,
am.
but now it's a certain look and whatever else, and I get that, but it's just not for me.
I don't know if let me see if I can go find them. There was when the car was originally painted black with the blue stripes, there were ghost flames in those stripes. You could
Yeah,
only
see, I remember you showing me that. I'm just not a fan. Just like your riding buddy thing sticker, not really a fan of that either. It's yours, it's fine,
my riding
but it's
what?
not for me. Your riding buddy, your buddy.
Oh,
you know?
my he no longer exists. He's dead.
Yeah, I know.
deceased.
I'm just saying, like, for me, that is, I personally found that kind of ugly, personally. Like, I'm not, but again, it's to each their own, right? I'm not going to say, hey, that was so horrible and you shouldn't have done that. No, I don't really care that much. But for me, it's like, yeah, just not for me. But like I said, to each their own.
Well, I think Jesse was commenting earlier about the TA was going to be all black eventually. No, not black. Purple, but not purple either.
You know, a friend of mine really wants me badly to paint this car yellow.
I've seen yellow
And I'm
box
like,
bodies. The Celines were yellow, weren't they?
but the Celines that you, or any of the yellow fox bodies you see, is usually an arrow. It's never the 4i, which, okay, that can't be my actual heartbeat right now.
I hope not. Don't get that upset.
No. It's quite low.
Oh, jumping jacks.
Yeah, I don't want to excite myself. There we go. Now it's coming back up.
but-
Okay. That would explain why I felt weak there for a moment.
Yeah, I would say.
My heart rate dropped down to 30.
That's not good.
No, that's the first time that's happened.
I would keep an eye on that. If it does that again, I'd be calling a doctor.
Yeah, I've never had that happen, or at least that low. So,
I'm not
that's why
close enough to save your life.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's fine. Like, because the one thing is, I
don't even have any
for a
information
moment-
to contact somebody that can come out and come check on you.
Oh, my dad's inside.
Yeah, but I can't talk to him. I'm gonna yell from inside the car. Cat fell over.
You could, if you search on my Facebook, you'll find him, and then you could be like, hey, just spam him constantly. You'll see it. Yeah, I'll be fine. It's one of these things. Like
contact team mechanic.
I'm
He's still
less
an hour
likely
away.
to. I think I'm less likely to die sitting here as opposed to like when I'm sleeping or something.
Yeah.
So, which I know gives great comfort.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I don't feel comforted.
Hey, I've got to make light of like stuff. Otherwise,
know.
I'd go insane.
I know.
I'd go insane if I didn't.
Anyway, Jesse it's not actually purple or black. It's a mixture of the two. It's called murdered out purple.
So is that Marple?
It's murdered. Murdered
So,
purple pearl. I think is
Yeah. So
actually-
So it's a Merple Pearl. Gotcha.
I
Merple.
guess. I don't know. I think the closest to a factory color that you'll call is the Blackberry Pearl that Dodge ran. They had it on the Jeep
Blackberry.
Cherokees and the Challengers.
I don't know if I know that color.
It's basically black. When the sunlight hits it, it flashes purple.
Oh, that color. Okay. Yeah. So it's black with a purple cherry, essentially.
No. Cherry is created with a colored, colored tinted clear. This is a black base with purple pearl flakes.
Yeah, sorry, I meant to say pearl, not.
Right, with purple pearl flakes sprayed with a black clear.
Oh, interesting.
So the clear coat is literally black. And what happens is when you have direct sunlight, it's able to shine down through the black clear and hit the pearl, and that pearl reflects back up through the black clear.
Oh, yeah.
So you only see it where the sunlight is the strongest. So you'll just get flashes of purple. The whole car won't turn like a lot of the pearl or changing color cars. Like the whole panel will turn a certain color once you hit a certain like angle at it. But with these murdered pearl colors, only where the light is strong enough to shine down through the black clear will you see it. So only like the edges, like the highlight points.
Yeah, which is that is cool because actually like because I like that sort of stuff, and like that's something that I would maybe do in the future at some point. And who messaged me on Facebook right there?
And then I'm going with the it's called the 5-color blue hoodbird decal, which is like 5 different shades of blue with a yellow accent to it.
Interesting.
I do have pictures of that somewhere.
Because I know, like, the craziest color I think that exists for any paint, other than that stupidly, I don't know how it's actually real, but real black, like where it's like no light actually reflects off of it. It's really weird. I don't know if you've seen that.
Yeah, they paint rooms and stuff like that, and you literally can't see anything once you close the door, even if you have a flashlight.
Yeah, but even like people will paint their cars like that, and it looks computer generated.
Yeah,
but it's
the
not.
thing is, I don't know how you could do that with and it be legal, because there is no reflection to it.
I don't know if it is. To be honest.
In other words, your car becomes a black hole, which is actually the opposite of what you want. Even though I want a really black car, I want somebody to be able to see it.
So, the thing is, if you're gonna do that, you'd have to have with the semi trucks with all their freaking lights on the side of it when they
you're
really
have lit it up with reflectors and shit.
Yeah, like a bunch of marker lights, like 100 of them, just like the semi trucks when they do that.
Yeah. Trying to find that bird on a black car, because the problem is finding that bird on a blue car doesn't show off as well.
Well, and I think the most wild color that ever existed, because Ford did this back in the day, it was called Mistachrome, if you've ever heard of it.
Yeah, it's almost not much different than the Godzilla R32s?
R34.
Whichever one had that hyper shift colored. It's kind of similar to it, but it's not. There's a video of somebody spraying that freaking that color on a Mustang.
Yeah, that dude in blue did a video on that because somebody was painting it.
You have to literally be licensed to be able to spray that color.
Which I don't understand that, but
it's because it's the recipe is really what it is.
Yeah, which well, a company that probably one of the coolest car companies of all time, TVR made a similar color to that. Not the exact same, but very, very close. And they also did a bunch of color shift colors. It was really cool, actually. TPR as a car company was so damn cool. Like, just the wild crap that they did and the death traps that they made. Great. You know, why can't we have that again? Somebody revive TPR. Great. And
I
it was
found
kind of
something
interesting.
close to it. It's not on an actual car, and it's kind of frustrating because I can't find what I'm looking for. But this is the hood bird.
Oh yeah, I actually saw that bird fairly recently actually.
But yeah, it's got 5 different shades of blue, and then like the very edges over here. What is it gonna do? Okay, it is gonna load something. It's showing it as white, but it should be yellow.
Yeah, I have seen that. Because I've actually there was a Firebird recently that I saw going down the road that had that. It was really cool. Like I think that's the coolest color for any of the birds if you do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it showed up
But,
white in there, but it is technically yellow.
yeah.
And then I want to imitate all of the SE striping that would normally be gold on an SE and do it in that blue.
Uh,
Yeah, see, like you can see it in. No, you can't see because I don't have it on there anymore.
yeah, I can see it at the bottom. It was yellow. I know. I've seen the decal. Like I've physically seen that bird. Although what I really like when people do this, I understand why more people don't do this because it's expensive. But when they actually paint the bird on.
The other thing a lot of people do is they'll put the decal on and then they'll layer the coats of clear over top of it. The only problem is if you get any air bubbles that are underneath of that decal, once you paint it clear, it really fucks with it.
You see that's not the same though for me. It's you know.
But
like,
I haven't
when
seen
somebody
I haven't
physically
seen a super good like I like again this again goes back to the I want original but not original. I like the way these cars looked from the factory.
oh no that's fair and they look really good too that way.
But
Um
there are some tweaks that I would like. Like I would love this hood bird to go all the way out to the edge of the fenders. Which they did come out that way in the anniversary TAs. And there was another TA that did that too. Where they bring the hood birds all the way to the edge of the fenders and then they sweep down just underside of the windows towards the back.
okay.
Like the color, not the whole,
Yeah.
not the wings. Just the there's a separate color that's above the bird on the hood, and that color follows down the side of the car and is also the roof color. Which I find absolutely, I love that look. But you can't do that with a standard bird. It's got to be, there's obviously a specific bird that needs that. It's the anniversary. You okay there, Kat?
Yeah,
You got quiet.
I'm fading, but I'm here.
You got quiet, so I
Yeah, no,
got concerned.
I am fading a bit, but I'm here.
Do we need to end?
Yeah, I probably have to go back inside. I think so. I don't know what is causing this. This is weird. Because it's not like it's hot in here. It's not super cold. It's actually kind of comfortable in here. I don't know what it is. This is weird.
I'll pull up that one bird real quick, and then we can end.
Yeah, so like I do like oh yeah, that one on the anniversaries, yeah.
Yeah, where it's gray on the top, and then there's a guy who did a more modern one. It's black and yellow, and the yellow is the accent color behind the bird and goes up over the T-tops, and then the front hood is black. That one really looks sharp.
Yeah, yeah, cause like I like obviously like aftermarket stuff that is kind of original because like something I want to do on this car is because obviously all of the Capri stuff, but then behind the rear quarter windows, there is sail panels, which, if you remember, I was having a bitch of a time trying to find the sail panel after it flew off my car. But I finally found it again, and it's mounted in there, and it's great. It works awesome. But the one thing is, what I really want to do in the future, because those are just plastic with metal studs through them. I actually want to fill in the holes where the studs were, and then make those out of metal and physically weld them in. Would be really cool.
Now, do they cover up something that you would need to get to, or are they also possibly a like on my Novas, the area right behind the driver's side door before the side window, that's actually a vent that helps circulate air in the car. So like, yeah, it's a plastic piece that covers over that B pillar, but that B pillar is technically a vent. So yes, I could weld that in and make it look streamlined with the window, but I would also be messing with the way the car handles air inside the car.
I'm not sure if that's what that is, really. I couldn't say for sure. And if that is, it's really stupid because water gets in and through there. A lot of it.
Yeah,
so,
but they might have an area for the water to get out down towards the bottom.
Yeah, see, that's not really much of a thing in these. That's one of the reasons why these things rust out right down there.
Well,
at the rear
rust out
subframe.
because they get dirt down there, and then the moisture holds the dirt holds the moisture.
Yeah, but there's nowhere for the water to actually. It's just pool. There's no actual drains for it.
Mm.
It's a very dumb design. Like because when I had it off, like when it was off, like I physically had tape over top of those holes when it was off. So at least on this side, obviously the other side's not. But...
I don't know.
Well, what did you say about Jesse or
He says
whatever?
I give Katarina's Garage 2,904 Nova cash, but I don't think it's giving. It might have given it. In fact, it gave him a cooldown, so it must have given it to him.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. It's not much, but I appreciate it nonetheless because I haven't built any tonight because I've been up here, not in the chat.
Oh yeah, because he passed you. He's now in second.
Son of a bitch.
That's had before he gave you the money, he had 98,879,63. You had 98,819. No, wait. Yeah, 9,000,800. I don't know. I think my math is fucked up. I might have shorted. No, I didn't short him because I didn't give him 1,000,000. I gave him 900,000. That's right.
It's fine. I won last year and still haven't been set myself, so you know.
I will get to it eventually. I might be old, but I'll get to it. We might actually be able to pass it off in person one day.
Yeah, because
I have ADHD, and if it's not in front of me, I don't think about it. Why I don't run my own store. I have somebody else do the whole freaking other shit. Unless I had Jess run my store. Here, you guys want to tie?
I'm gonna have to bail.
All right, I will tie you guys both at 99.
Cool.
Just because. No more gambling to the end. You guys could be tied for the end of the live stream. Give me 10 seconds and I'll do it. Wait, nobody's actually losing points.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zeros.
Well, let's see. Am I gonna be able to actually get up? I'm out of here. Let's find out. Fuck.
Don't you gotta love when you've been sitting there too long?
Well, it's not that.
Oh, is it literally just being lightheaded?
Whew, that was close. Yeah, 100% what this is. Holy shit.
Do
Whoa.
you need your dad?
Oh no, I'll be able to get myself inside. But I'm just fucked up. That's what happens.
I want a status update as soon as whatever. All right, you guys are both tied at 99 or 9,900. 9,900,000.
Oh.
Even. Just because it made it easy.
Oh. Ah. Oh. Having the door here is nice. Just gonna lean here for a minute.
Okay. Well, I'm going to set the credits on the live. You don't have to go anywhere on your end. All right. We will see you guys next week. Thank you for hanging out with us all the way to the end. We very much appreciate it.